morning, my friends. How's everyone doing? DRBMiller here, and welcome to our Destiny world. We are coming back to our Destiny 1 universe today, just as usual. Starting a bit later than expected. We've had some difficulties in connecting to Bungie's server, so I apologise for that. We've been waiting here for about 20 minutes for that to take place. And I'm not sure what the reason is. It just keeps happening today. We've had some problems during the last couple of weeks, but they were not as severe. And you remember that they had a lengthy maintenance last week of 12 hours, I think, on Thursday. But today it's nothing like that. It's just simply some problems from my end, I think, with my ISP, or indeed with my PlayStation Plus network. I'm not sure. It was very, very difficult. But anyway, we are here today, and we'll carry on as usual. Hope you guys enjoyed our recent selection of broadcasts where we replayed our story missions back to back in a chronological order. I certainly loved it. I thought it was a very, very good experience, and a different experience to the usual, because obviously we pursue Destiny in a non-linear fashion. We don't follow the story really. We have all kinds of quests, sub-quests, and tasks and sub-tasks, and what we've done is we just really wanted our community members to become more accustomed to what actually goes on in here. The reason for that is simple. Shadowkeep, the new chapter of Destiny, will unravel in September, and we do want to see everybody coming to us and our community expanding. We want to see people being very familiar with the story, because guess what? The new chapter is going to be very rich in story-based content. It is going to be all focused on the RPG. So that is going to be perhaps a bit different to what we've seen so far. We've had some increase on the RPG elements in Destiny 2 Forsaken Year 1 edition, and as we progressed down the seasons and indeed DLC, we've had a lot more on the story. And I know that some people are not quite keen on this, because they want relentless fighting and battles back to back, similar to death matches, Crucible, and the general kind of PvP style activity. But that is not going to be. Destiny is a massive big world that requires some explanations in order to have a lengthy shelf life, and Bungie felt from the beginning that the story input perhaps was not as good as it should be, and they've had some difficulties with the tech as well in order to integrate everything as they wanted. It did take them a little while, and I watched their recent documentary and some of the broadcasts where the director and team leaders indicated that actually they wanted the game to start as a multiplayer and RPG and cross-platform right from the beginning, but they didn't have the tech yet, and it was very wise to be waiting, I have to say, because in the recent times we did experience two games that released far too early, Fallout 76 and Anthem, and we did see many problems arising in consequence, which indeed made those games very unpopular with the usual hardcore Fallout struck BioWare fans. And as you know, some of those problems have still not been resolved, and it's just a good warning to everyone. If you want to be making some revenue before you're ready, you are in for a massive fall, and definitely unwise to do that. So Destiny 2 team waited, and they were prepared to take some flack from the community during the year 1. But as you've seen, Destiny 2 had expanded very sizably. There's been a lot of extra content. The game is completely different to what it was at the beginning. And although we get lots of people coming in who are very displeased with all they've seen so far, and we have a lot of criticism about Bungie not providing enough content, I can only invite you to purchase the latest complete edition. It's been released recently. It's the upgrade of the previously accessible, well, the previously offered Destiny 2 Forsaken Deluxe Digital, and it does have some extra content as well. So you get everything that's been released up to date, literally to the present day, and you get your annual pass that gives you access to everything that will be excuse me, and that will be still present in the present form until 17th of September, when we get Shadowkeep, and I think some of those seasons will also carry on. So purchasing your annual pass will give you all the benefits, and it comes in a package, and honestly can't go wrong on $34.99. That's probably the lowest ever experienced, and we never ever had that sort of offer on any of the special editions. So I'm very pleased, because you could buy Destiny 1 the collection on a price of £17, but didn't include any annual passes or the live server access to what is available through the sequel. So definitely a very, very good investment, and you will not regret it. You will get a vast content, a massively improved game, your indefinite access to the current seasonal content, and then you have plenty of hours of great activity. There's one thing I really like in Destiny 2 Forsaken so far. I've gone to the third DLC, which is Forsaken, just about to start it. Everything else has been fully completed. Is the Escalation Protocol. I don't know whether you guys tried it, but basically Escalation Protocol is a ferocious activity that takes place on Mars, well, maybe on other planets as well, but so far I've experienced it on Mars. And you basically activate it by entering the public events outside of Anna Brace Complex, and then you have all those bosses and monsters and tricky enemies popping up, and you really need to have a team of at least 6 in order to tackle those enemies, because otherwise you will be completely obliterated. And it just keeps happening again and again. You keep getting lots of those events and many of those enemies, so it's very enjoyable. So think of the Crucible in a PvE environment, but actually tailored to the player's ability, and that is really, really, really good. Sekapupu was here with us yesterday. He is our valued community member from Finland, and he said he actually played Escalation Protocol as the DLC came out, and its format was quite different. It wasn't tweaked to the player ability, so he said he was sometimes in a team of 9, and they had a real difficulty in destroying those bosses because the bosses were very strong, and they were playing those missions for hours and hours. That's not the case anymore. They tweaked it, and it's become tailored to the playability. So you will have a team coming in there, randomly selected, or people just literally popping in, seeing that Escalation Protocol is taking place, made up of all sorts of players with various power levels, and the bosses are then indeed likely to get destroyed with ease. It will be difficult for a player who's maybe on 200 to destroy one of the bosses who is 700, but you will get many other people popping in and helping you, so therefore it will work. And I find it to be, for myself, the most enjoyable activity in Destiny 2 so far, and I loved it. I think there's a lot more to come, and Bungie are no longer under the umbrella of Activision, the publisher, which means they are a totally independent company that can do as they please, and they can listen to the community in full, which means there will be no immediate financial constraints or concerns. And it did go to show that the sales of Destiny 2 Forsaken, Deluxe Edition and all other DLCs increased quite sizably during this year after the divorce from Activision. It's interesting because lots of gamers coming here indicated that they absolutely detest companies like Electronic Arts and Activision, and there were some other companies mentioned as well. And this is because of the gross interference in the area of creativity, because those companies invest huge amounts of money into certain, into many games, and they have massive concerns that the games perhaps will not work or they'll fail, and they need to ensure that the cash flow is in order, and indeed that they get some early returns. That causes incredible pressures for the developers, and very frequently what you get is a discrepancy, a mismatch, resulting in a game that's half-baked or not functioning, and particularly in the area of how the game is corresponding to the wishes of their community members. And I think in a present day and age, if you don't really listen to your community members, you really missed the boat. You really are going to be in for a huge surprise with a massive failure, and once your community turns their back on you, you are going to have a serious difficulty in bringing them back, because the competitive market is bringing out lots of different games. Some excel, some fail, and people are particularly annoyed if they invest $100 in a platinum edition of a particular game and it turns out that what was promised is not delivered. Well, that just doesn't work. It's like, going to a bakery, want to have a wholemeal bread and you get a loaf of white bread, or you go and you want to buy something which is a vegetarian meal and you get served a steak. Well, you're not going to like that, and that basically is what happens sometimes. I think the publishers really need to be becoming a bit more aware and a bit more in sync with what their community really wants, and considering that we have Reddit and Twitter and all other forums, we can really soak up all of those suggestions and then indeed consider our strategy in order to provide the best possible content. I mean, what better way to experience that by accessing certain Twitch channels you will find that the most successful Twitch channels, well, actually two groups. One group is solely competitive, and you'll get people who are playing competitions. I've seen yesterday there is a wonderful competitive PUBG and Apex gamer from, I think, Latvia. She's from one of the Baltic republics, and she now entered the world competition as one of the, she's a member of the team of, I think, 4 or 5 that's going to be doing the world championship. And people come to her because they want to learn from her skill, and she's very fast and mastered the game, and she plays on a PC, and really the top-notch gamer. So that's one channel. You could say this is a bit like coaching people to become the next Ronaldo or your next Messi. That attracts quite a few viewers because the channels are these channels are very busy with activity. They're absolutely focused on the gameplay. They don't really pay much attention to the community content or anything else, and they're just all about tactics and strategies and techniques and all this, but absolutely focused on what's happening on screen and nothing else. So that's one lot, and that's the minority. You'll have people being interested, but as you'd imagine, how many people can actually master the skill to get to Ronaldo or Messi's level? Very few, which means the collateral on those channels is massive. People watch it for a while. The other channel, which attracts a lot of interest and has both longevity and does have a continuous influx of new members, is a channel that's dedicated to their own community. Why is that? Well, it's quite simple. Twitch is a new form of communication between not just people who are playing games, but everyone else who participates in an open, live community forum. And those discussions may or may not be related to the activity on screen. And, there could be all kinds of topics thrown in as communities grow. So what I try to say is that the community-based channels are seen as, first of all, a lot more attractive to the majority of the viewers because they're user-friendly. They bond people worldwide. They help people to find new fire team members. They help people to understand a particular game better, and just generally are a new form of communication through which people can make new friendships, new bonds, new alliances. They could learn, they could share their tips and helpful views, and generally have a lot of fun and entertainment, inclusive of everyone else who's also watching. So it's like a 2, 3, 4, 5-way communication that happens in such channels. So that's very important. That's something that's evolved during the last 3 years. I went to a conference run at European headquarters of Twitch, and we talked a lot about this degree of interactivity. And there were a few top guys from Twitch in there, especially they flew especially for TwitchCon Europe, the first one ever held in Berlin, and then they had a few follow-up sessions in Tel Aviv, Paris, London, and I think Brussels. And basically, what is said was they were all greatly surprised and kind of delighted, but also overwhelmed by the way Twitch kind of took off since 2016. And 2015 in particular, I would say, that was the crunch year, or the year where everything really took off in a big fashion. And they just can't believe that many people are both setting up the channels online and doing online entrepreneurship and doing all sorts of things. And they find that to be absolutely extraordinary. And the numbers are multiplying by the hour. So 2.5 billion people doing gaming online every day. 2.5 billion. So just try to think about the number. It's like 1/4 of the entire population of this planet. And very many people accessing Twitch in order to learn. Previously, people Google things, go to IGN, but today everyone goes to Twitch. And you will get on this channel quite a few times people coming in and asking, how to really get ahead in the game, how to learn certain things. And, so it becomes a new form of communication through which people can have a helpline. They can have, a friendly ear if they want to talk about their own experience of gaming. They can have a forum through which they can meet new friends. They are going to be feeling always supported and never alone, which is extremely important. You get sometimes people who are doing video gamings because they feel very solitary and they're sort of cut off from the community. You will never feel alone in a very properly supported and well-run community-based channel. It needs to be also family-friendly, it needs to be attentive, it needs to be paying attention to everyone who comes in, and not every channel is like this, but many more are evolving. I'm very privileged to have received many compliments in the recent months about the way I run this channel, and people who were providing us compliments, they were always astonished by the number of interactions we have here. because this channel is not about, you know, solitary gaming or just being focused on your game and nothing else. This channel is all about talking. It's called Gaming Dialogue, and that's always appreciated. Also, the vast majority of our participants are very knowledgeable, very experienced. They're veteran gamers. They're people who've been doing games for many years. Very rarely do we get actually children popping in, and even so, we had sometimes children joining our teams live online, and we had a really good time because they realized they were, you know, there with a group of adults that really trying to perform the best possible and indeed kind of tweak their appearance in order to suffice the more adult audiences, and that was indeed very rewarding. So generally, I can say a very good, very vibrant, very positive, very helpful, very forward-thinking community is always here, you know, at hand for anyone who wants to learn something about Destiny, Destiny World, that is, Destiny 1, Destiny 2, all that belongs to this Destiny world, as well as all other video games. You know, we've had people coming in telling us about Assassin's Creed, about Fallout, about Mass Effect, about all the big games, you know, like Elder Scrolls, and you get sometimes people recommending some obscure titles and the games that are not well known, but indeed equally worthy of our attention and time. We are going to be running a separate slot after September that will be dedicated exactly to that sort of activity, and I will want one night or maybe one day dedicated to obscure games, and I'll have to I mean, first of all, integrate my kind of cross-platform streams, and then we'll be able to basically pick and choose from primarily Xbox Game Pass and PlayStation Now services. We'll look at those games and we'll vote. We'll say we want to try this one. We're really curious what this game's like, and I just wanted community to be growing a bit more, because when we have like a few thousand people popping in every day, we're already reaching number about 600. So I've got about 600 people popping in every day during the broadcast. So I really want to maybe double this, and we have a greater likelihood of interactivity and interest for that sort of topic, because at the end of the day we all have to consider that Twitch viewership and the longevity of the channel is very much, a support that comes for any channel is based on two very major factors. First and foremost is the quality content. It's what you provide, your style of presentation, and what people talk about, your community, of course. The other is the actual traffic. People like seeing that a channel is busy, and when it's busy, it's providing a high quality content. So we have both of that here on this channel. The channel gets very busy at times, but it isn't like some of the other channels where you have like a few thousand people watching at any given moment in time. And I have to say, once a channel reaches that level, it becomes a bit of a different ballgame with moderation and with messages and everything else, because you keep getting lots of messages at all times. To be fair, I did watch a few channels that will have maybe between 3,000 to 6,000 viewers at the same time or at any given moment in time, and they weren't always having rapid chat. People were watching, but because they realized it was a busy channel, not many were contributing as you would perhaps previously expect, and that itself is very good, because you can be both doing proper gaming and run your proper community content. But in any case, we'll just wait and see how this is going to be evolving, and the way we are going to be moderating those messages, because there's one thing I do not want to miss out on, and that is the messages coming in from my community. I will always have my chat on my main display, as you can see, regardless of what platform I stream on, and that's just one of the basic errors that lots of people make when doing the streams, because they assume that people will not want to see the messages, they want to see the game, and that's basically just purely the own projection of own desires. It's got absolutely nothing to do with people coming in who are your community members, because why would people come to a channel if they didn't want to talk? They can watch games elsewhere, or where there's no communication. Twitch is all about communication and interactivity, so extracting your chat from your main display is completely nonsensical, because first of all, the people participating will not be able to see that their comments and views are actually seen. And you will know the benefit if you came to this channel. So many times somebody asks a question, even before I manage to answer the question, there are other community members popping in and describing what things there are to be done, and providing tips and advice, and it sometimes is very rapid. In fact, like in any walk of life, if you get 10 heads together, the result is going to be a lot more formidable than you get just one person. You may have a genius, but if you have 10-15 people who are brilliant and know a lot, the knowledge is going to be obviously in a much greater quantity. So this is what we want to be always fertilizing, and the idea is to have that knowledge present at all times and therefore available to anyone to access, really. And this is the benefit of Twitch. So these were just a few tips, and what I was telling you is purely how the whole thing is developing. And you know, we want that community content to be there at all times. We want people to see, first of all, what they type on screen, so they can see that they are being seen and heard both by myself and other viewers. And we want to see others to be popping in and providing comments and views in order to facilitate, you know. I mean, so many times I could see one person came in here already. Rodri's here. Hello, Rodri. How are you doing? Good to see you, and thank you for coming. I wasn't able to respond to you straight away because, you know, this channel always has like an introduction. I talk about the most current things that are happening both here and through my other streams, and then we come to the actual presentation, well, you know, the actual gameplay. But I always try to answer questions as soon as possible. I was delayed because I couldn't get access to the server, and therefore I was lagging a bit, and I apologize for that. Roger was asking, is there a way to get exotics at level 20 with no DLCs? Does anybody else know? Sekapupu is here as well. Hello, Sekapupu. How are you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. I don't think there is a possibility if you don't have DLCs and if you are very, very low on your levels. I'm not 100% sure, but if you are thinking of the exotics like Black Spindle and Dark Drinker and Galahorn, you know, the top ones, I don't think you can. I think you will have to get your DLCs, and you will have to be progressing, because this game is all about the loot, and the loot and the light level comes with the content. So, you know, once you are, well, first of all, you've got to be in possession of all the content. That's number one. That's just, it starts with anything. So if you're striving towards getting the best kit, you're not going to be able to get it unless you are having all the content. It's just the basic rule of thumb, not just in this game, in any game. And the other thing is, you may achieve and excel within your light level. You may collect lots of different bits, you may be performing very well, but the game is not going to be rewarding you in the same fashion. So it's similar to what you have when there are, let's say, 6 difficulty levels, and you will get the loot that's appropriate to a particular difficulty, you know. So for instance, with give an example, Anthem, for instance, they created it, although it doesn't still work 100%, but the idea is, if you're doing it on an easy difficulty level, you'll always be inferior to somebody who had done it on an insane difficulty level, that's the tier 6. And whilst they're doing it on tier 6, they're getting, first of all, more ferocious activity. It's more difficult to get through certain battles, the bosses are harder to neutralize, and then eventually the reward is greater. So the idea is, you know, harder work, greater the rewards. That's the idea. And in order to get that, you will have to be in possession of that content. I fully understand people who are not purchasing everything right from the start. I'm actually just one of those people. I very rarely purchase games, you know, through pre-orders or very early, because I'm waiting for prices to drop. I'm what you could call your, you know, kind of a bargain hunter, your auction king. You know, a person who is building massive collections of all sorts, you know, with lots of possessions, and all of those are bought through for prices to plummet, and then I purchase the best quality goods. And it's a basic rule of thumb for any form of trading. If you're trading, you want, you know, you want prices to be bottoming out, and then you purchase them when they're coming, you know, to that you know, very bottom end, and you'll be then hoping that the value will increase. And actually, the way the market economics always work like this, you'll find that when they invented, you know, 45 or 33 kind of you know, albums and singles in you know, years back, then all the other records that were made previously on the old generation gramophones, you know, and record players were simply turned obsolete, and they were worth nothing. People were just chucking them in bins, but eventually they became collector's items, and they became very, very valuable. So anybody who was in possession of some of those editions was able to make a few bucks. And that basically happens to all kinds of formats and you know, areas of collector's interest. So therefore it's very important to remember, you wait for the price to drop, you buy them when you know, they're low, and then you can have a vast collection. It doesn't really work well in video game industry at present, and that is because there's a massive hype about being able to get in early, and the vast majority of video gamers are riding trends. So you've seen that recently with Apex. Apex came out in February, and we've had a massive hype about this game, which actually was dropped one Monday out of the blue without any adverts, and suddenly we've had 30-50 million people playing, subscribing to it, and becoming one of the fastest growing ever gaming communities on this planet in its sort of video gaming history. And people obviously jumped on it. It was promoted by top streamers. It was particularly exciting because the game looked very much like combination of Borderlands and Titanfall, and nobody's ever heard of it, so everyone's curious, what's this game about. And also Battle Royale, which is another trend. Then you've had a game that was aligned to Fortnite in terms of elimination and small teams. There are lots of interesting bits, but I think visually the game was very appealing. I liked the idea of it straight away. The characters were quite funny. There were lots of memes and puns in there that I thought were hilarious. It didn't work properly on the tech front. There were lots of lags and glitches and all sorts of problems. Didn't matter really. It was your proper battle royale, quite relentless, relatively short matches, up to 20 minutes, and just very, very addictive as well for people who like that sort of activity. In fact, I promoted the game during the first 2 weeks as well. I was part of a promotion I've done at the time to really beef up interest for Apex and Respawn, and they greatly appreciated all the streamers that were helping them to get that degree of attention. And I've had my lengthiest ever stream. It just happened by chance. We've had 3 or 4 global teams that were doing sort of 6-hour stretches, and we had really a lot of fun. It was absolutely extraordinary, and 34 hours 45 minutes went by without me knowing, and I will never ever in my life allow that to happen again. It was just one-off, and I honestly couldn't believe it. I went to bed feeling a bit tired, and I didn't even realize that 34 hours 45 minutes went by. So the reason I discovered this was that I always double check my stats on Twitch, and then suddenly I was like, hang on a minute, can't be that I was doing like one stream for 34 hours 45 minutes. It's just unbelievable. I never do things like that. I always do like things for 6 hours max, and it was astonishing. So it was the way I would say I don't know, let me just formulate my thoughts correctly. It was the best way of learning what not to do, right? So I'll repeat again. It was the best way of learning on what not to do, right? Doing it so extensively is indeed damaging, and it is not something people should practice. I've seen 24-hour streams seem to be a trend and popular, and I really don't enjoy that sort of thing. Your attention span will be reduced after about 5 hours, I can assure you. I've done thousands of streams, and I've tested it in all sorts of ways, and we have a limited attention span. So really a 24-hour slot, if anybody's doing it, is for the benefit of that broadcaster in terms of being able to get better stats, to get subscribers, to get maybe new followers, and also it is there in order to feed the algorithms of certain search engines and companies that are promoting Twitch channels. I find that to be too overbearing, and as I said, it's definitely not for me. Anyway, what I want to tell you was the activity which was present on Apex indicated that it's all about that new game. It's all about what's hot, and we've seen that with Apex 3 months later, where people didn't really pick up on the Season 1. Season 2 started yesterday. I've not tried it yet. I downloaded the update and everything. I'll try it today, maybe later, to see what additional content there is. But the initial 6 weeks were phenomenal, and then the other 6 weeks, when the game came to about 12 weeks, were quite good. And then after about 3 months, the things kind of began to drop a bit. And there are many reasons for this. So in video game industry, if you are quite interested, you will be kind of coerced or forced to be purchasing the new game because it's hyped, and there are all other kinds of things in there. But what happens if you're a streamer? Let's say you purchase The Division 2, the game's coming out, let's say on Friday, and you stream, and basically you'll have maybe 6, 10, 15, 20,000 streamers doing the same game. It means you will not be getting much traffic. If you have a large community yourself with 20,000 plus followers, then you will have people coming in and watching. They'll be interested. But that's for channels that are already well established, well developed, with very many regular participants and a very large community. If you're a small streamer starting out, you will be basically shooting yourself in the foot, because you'll invest £100 in the brand new game, thinking that the hyped up new game is going to be giving you all the rewards. I can assure you it will not. The idea certainly would be to be playing a game that's popular, but that presently does not have that many streamers, and therefore you'll get all the viewers on board, which is what happens here on this channel. So what I try to tell you is my strategy on buying penny shares in video gaming works out for me, because I have a very large collection of games that I purchased over many years, and that includes also DVDs and films and music and all sorts. It's not just video games, and it's always the same principle. I'll just wait for the prices to drop, and then I'll buy them in a very large quantity. You buy in bulk when everything is cheap. It's like when you go to a supermarket. Do you buy everything which is most expensive in large quantity? Absolutely not. But when it's very cheap, you'll buy as much as possible. You stock up, so to speak. But for a collector, there are certain periods which become particularly valuable. You go to CX. It's the store in the UK that sells software that includes games for consoles, for PC, as well as DVDs, Blu-rays and music, and you will find that the price of certain games drop. And if you were to purchase games that are for Xbox, for instance the Xbox Original or Xbox 360, Xbox the previous generation consoles, you can get them for as little as £1 or even 50 pence, and therefore you can stock up, right? And just coming back to tie two things together, the idea is that you will basically provide a broadcaster for a game that always has been very, very popular. So franchises like Assassin's Creed, Fallout, Elder Scrolls, Mass Effect, Destiny, the list goes on and on, right? You choose one of those and you'll go for the previous installment, not the one which is currently running. The best example is Destiny. If you are pursuing Destiny 2 Forsaken, you'll find that there are about 20,000-30,000 people doing the game at the same time, i.e. Streaming game at the same time. No, I said it wrong. Yeah, but 20,000-30,000 viewers watching, and you will get probably several thousand streamers as well. The algorithms of Twitch will work in the following fashion. They will be picking up on those channels that get the greatest activity. So they'll be looking for the greatest number of followers, the greatest number of subscribers, the greatest number of hours spent on Twitch, and the greatest number of participants at that moment in time. So it means that if you are not one of those, you will be literally at the very bottom of the pile, and this may well be somewhere the number 2000, and evidently people will not be browsing through the entire list of channels to find out what you do, where you are, and that itself is going to be very much. Just bear with me a second. I just got a technical problem here which I need to attend to. Just bear with me. I'll be back 1 second. I apologise for this. I had some technical problems there on my server, and I had to be attending to this straight away. So coming back to what I was describing, the idea is that you will choose one of those games. I was just describing Destiny 2 Forsaken, Destiny Forsaken does have a lot of activity. It has many viewers and many streamers, and lots of people are doing their own game, basically working their way up in the current season, which is season 4 Pillains. And therefore, if you are streaming, even for this channel that gets very, very busy, you will not get many viewers because of the obvious. So that's a very good example. If you're doing your streams of Destiny 1 and you provide a regular high quality content every single day for about 6 hours plus, you will get a tremendous traffic. If you are thinking that, well, I want to do what's very popular at the moment, you'll migrate to Destiny 2 Forsaken, you'll do the Season of Origins, you will not be getting any of that traffic at all. Unless you have a very, very large community of followers, 20,000 plus, and people who are coming in every day in rows. So, you know, you've got to be really thinking about it correctly in order to, first of all, provide high quality content and then build your own community, and also to get regular traffic. Regular traffic is very, very important on Twitch. So coming back to what I described earlier, Twitch is basically our new form of communication, and we are connecting with our friends and followers worldwide. We make new bonds and new alliances every single day, and what better way to do that but through Destiny, which is one of the best games ever created for that community content. And contrary to this game was to be learned exclusively through the community participation, so you would have people popping in and talking to others in order to learn, and that is what happens today. We had Rodri coming in and asking us today about the exotics and whether he can get them if he's level 20 and with no DLCs. And you could see this is the way to do it. You come in, you communicate, you talk to other community members, you get your answers, and you learn all as you go along. And that is the best, that is the way forward. And therefore Destiny was perhaps a next generation game, although it wasn't always received positively. People viewing with apprehension the non-linear content and non-tutorials and all of that, and it was a bit difficult to learn, I have to say, right at the beginning. I was just privileged. I've had lots of Destiny veterans here on this channel literally within a few days of its operation, so it was very, very easy to get those people in, and you know, basically to have a lot of support and help from the word go. And I realized, well, that's the way forward. That is what really is going to make it. I think Elder Scrolls is similar. Elder Scrolls is not as relentless as some of the other games, and people are very attentive and kind and friendly, and I was considering whether to grow that community as well, but decided to be focused just on one world, which is Destiny World, and Elder Scrolls is another community that we'll be working on in due course. But you know, there are only that many hours in a day, and I can't just literally do streams back to back within 14 or 15 hours you know, on every single day of the week, because you know there are limitations, and therefore we have to be realistic. And what we do here in our Destiny universe is thoroughly enjoyable, highly entertaining, and overall tremendously rewarding, not just for myself but also for others. And I think this is what makes us feel quite privileged in all sorts of ways, inclusive of our community membership and all the good rewards we get from our participants, and altogether feeling that we're never alone. You know, I think in our big cities people feel very lonely and very solitary. I never do. I have loads of friends out there, many colleagues and associates, and even more so, I managed to build a tremendous number of those associates online as well. So, you know, whether I'm up and about, when I'm at home, I never feel alone, and I think that is just absolutely amazing, and that is really probably the best reward that I could get. You will hear so many people on Twitter and Instagram saying we feel so alone, we are lonely. Why? I mean, there are so many different ways to which you can connect with others, and you know, with this tech, honestly, somebody could be like, you know, Prince Harry could be doing his trek there on Antarctica, and we could be seeing and, you know, him and talking to him straight away on WhatsApp. It's extraordinary. It is actually made possible today, and why not use all of those opportunities in order to create new bonds? And I keep saying that to everyone, because in our media in the United Kingdom we get a lot of flack all related to video gaming. You know, it's addictive, it's an illness, it's a waste of time, and all kinds of nonsense. Similar, it's very, very similar to what we had about comics and cartoons, you know, animated films. It's a really, really bad thing said for many, many years. And that's because people who are writing such articles, first of all, are non-participants. They've never done any of this. They're just literally jumping the bandwagon of some degree of criticism or censorship or whatever. It's not to say that some games are too violent. You know, that's definitely the fact. And some of that violence is absolutely unnecessary. It could be curtailed. But the games were not created for people to learn how to be violent. Let's just make one thing clear. And, you know, playing Destiny is about something completely different. Obviously, Destiny doesn't come in that category of very violent games, but what I'm trying to say is I can see as to why people are just scratching the surface and picking up on one element. And, you know, video gaming is not comparable with some other activities which are inherently damaging, right? So I'm not going to go into this, it's a separate discussion. But basically, what I wanted to do was just bear with me a second. I've got my moderator coming in saying that there's somebody saying things which are unacceptable. Need to see who this person is. Bear with me. What I tried to say was I see the video gaming as it is today as something which is so well developed and constantly evolving and progressing forward. Yet another problem with network. What on earth is going on today? You know, problems coming from left, right and center. I really apologize for this, but I don't know what's going on. I had so many problems earlier connecting to Bungie, and it seems like the problem is persisting. Anyway, I want to come back to my earlier point. Doing video gaming and running your broadcasting channels on Twitch is a new form of communication. You can be creating your own community. You can be finding your new friends. You can be starting out because you want to build a couple of teams to do your game together with you. You get other viewers. You expand. You build your own personal community connected to other people around the world. And what better way of doing this by building your own channel, working on your own community, and then following the half dozen other people who you consider to be your streaming favorites, and then you can learn from them. It is all going to be about interactivity. You'll have to, you know, practice a bit your verbal skills, like your oratory and the way you come across when doing it. The best way of doing it is by maybe listening to some radio stations and finding out what these people are like, the way they talk, the way they kind of construe their thoughts, the way they kind of engage with their listeners. Because in my view, it's better not to be present live on the screen. I mean, you can obviously, but it's you know, a channel that has your video out there, but people can see on your webcam, will be run quite differently to the channels which are entirely based on what you say. And there are many reasons for that. You know, when you have a physical kind of an eye-to-eye rapport with somebody, you know what they look like, you can see what they're doing. Your attention is not necessarily focused on the content or the spoken word. It's focused on all other kinds of things, and therefore people may miss out on you know, some of the things which are indeed delivered to that channel. So I think in order to get a very, very good community but serious content, I consider this way of doing it to be, for myself, a better way. And then secondly, one has to then pay attention to the way the community is growing. So you always have to have your chat up and running. You need to be answering all the questions and all the requests coming in. It is very, very important that you're as attentive as possible, that you never ever ignore messages which are coming through your chat, particularly if you're not having that many, because people are very sensitive to you know, asking questions and being completely ignored. And unfortunately, I do get quite a few people popping in saying, well, you're the first Destiny streamer that's been answering all the questions. I find it astonishing. But what's the point of you know, running a channel if you're not connecting with your community members and people who are asking questions? But you know, some people do it like that. My explanation is that some people perhaps don't know how to do it. That's number one. And secondly, you will get people who are having very little time. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to do their own game, and they want to enjoy their own game, be fully immersed, and at the same time have some sort of collateral, you know, some sort of benefit of doing that live online. well, it's a bit like baking bread and forgetting to put salt in it, or leaving it in the oven, too short, so it comes out and the dough is kind of half baked and you can't really eat it. You have to put it in a bin or give it to your birds. It's that sort of thing, and it has to be very much seen as a joint activity out there in a live forum where people are coming in at all times, and you never know who's listening. Could be anyone. And you make it open to literally every single person around the world. Anyone who has access to Twitch, anyone who can watch channels live on their Android or the laptop, they can be accessing it. And indeed, that tells you that you've got to be quite aware of the fact that you never know who's watching, and you have to be polite and courteous, and basically to build a concept through how you are going to be delivering your channel to your viewers. Right, we talked a lot about how to run a Twitch channel, and that was in response to some of the questions that were coming in overnight, and I think some people watched our story missions during the last week, and they were quite happy with what they've seen. And we've had also a few people saying, why is your Destiny channel so busy compared to other ones? Well, I don't really know. I can just tell you I'm trying my best to provide the highest quality content, and I'm privileged to have very, very good community on board. And we do a similar sort of thing every single day. We talk a lot, and we obviously play games, and that has been very, very popular. And it will be down to the broadcaster and his community members when it comes to the longevity and the long-term success. You will find that some channels that are coming across as a bit abrasive will be considered to have some toxic content, and not really down to the broadcaster, but down to maybe a type of game that was chosen or things said, and therefore it will be off-putting to lots of people. Because don't forget, gaming is not seen overall amongst those 2.5 billion people as a competitive activity. It's just a very small percentage. I actually forgot about the percentage. They told me the percentage, and I quoted it here a few times while I was attending that Twitch conference, but I forgot it. I think it was within 2 and 4% or so. Everyone else was just doing it for their own entertainment. So I'm trying to say is put that into that kind of perspective. Keep that mindset in mind as well, that competitive gaming is just a niche area of video gaming, and it does attract lots of people, usually lots of younger gamers, people aged anything from 12 to 22. And if you watch competitions, you'll see that full of younger gamers. But equally, although we do not see that many on Twitter and elsewhere, but I'd say the vast majority of people who would have been doing games since the early 90s are your gaming veterans. They're people who are already of middle age or progressing, age-wise, and people who know a lot about games. They're not that present on Instagram and your Twitter. So keep this in mind, and you can learn a lot from older chaps because there is a lot of experience of video gaming there. People would have done everything since the early days of PC games to obviously today cross-platform video games that are instantly accessible, wherever you are, and you can play them whenever you want. So there's a lot there to be learned from everyone that comes to your community. So do not base your perception of the overall community on what happens through hashtags and Twitter trends. That's just completely wrong. And I think anyone who wants to know something about life overall should not be basing their judgment on these kinds of rumors and floating bits of information that are presently interesting to very many right now, because that does not have any form of longevity. And unfortunately, the forums like Instagram and Twitter are full of those. So you'll have to be a bit, you have to take a step back. I remember many years ago, you had people saying, well, the best way to learn about politics is to read all the newspapers, so like 3 or 4 major newspapers in the country, and then read everything. You will know what kind of lines. So think about what's not said, or think about what they're saying and what the motive and the reason for that was, and you will know everything about the current state of play. Well, it's similar today. We don't have to read all these newspapers, but we need to take the same stance, and we need to find out why is it that certain people are doing certain things. Well, asking simply why. Remember that. Right, so let me see other questions coming in where Destiny related. There's a question here saying, when are you going to be resuming a Destiny 2 Forsaken stream? I've not been streaming Destiny 2 Forsaken yesterday and day before because I had to have a bit of rest I was doing it almost on every day of the week last week, and I will be continuing again this week. You know, well, there'll be some evenings this week. I'm not 100% sure what evenings there will be. Just keep an eye on my Twitter, and you'll be able to get postings and notifications. What I want to tell you is I can't really fit in everything, and we were running a poll here recently, and everyone said we want Destiny 1 to be the main game here on the channel, so I couldn't abbreviate really, and I couldn't really come in you know, with let's say Tuesday, Thursday and Saturday with Destiny 2 Forsaken occupying the slot of Destiny 1, where people be specifically coming in to watch Destiny 1 and coming here to talk. So, you know, it's basically in view of what my community said, and that means that Destiny 2 Forsaken is kind of slotted in on certain evenings, and then I have an evening stream that starts usually around 7 o'clock and ends about 11, so about 3 or 4 hours, and that's usually the plan. So, right, let me think. Any other questions? Yeah, the question was about Destiny 2 Forsaken. Somebody asked me, how are you finding it so far? I'm finding Destiny 2 Forsaken to be a wonderful game, and it's even more wonderful since they enhanced the content, and I purchased my complete edition a few weeks ago during the E3 week. Purchased it for $34.99, which is a pure bargain, and absolutely loving and enjoying all the content. The content is vast. The game does not look like anything you would have experienced during the year one, so if you are still feeling a bit frosty, or you are not happy with what you've seen during the initial release, you really need to try the complete edition, and you will be completely astonished by all that is offered. It gets busier as you progress, and I think if we are given replayability at a later date, once we get it, we will face a lot more activity through those adventures and early story missions. They've been reworking some of those because there were lots of complaints about lack of content, and you know, so really enjoying it. Really good experience, and also really enjoying the stories, enjoying all that's coming my way through the DLC. I said earlier, and I guess several times during the recent week, that I really enjoyed Escalation Protocol the most. That's been the best activity for me in Destiny World altogether. So not just Destiny 2, also Destiny 1. I love it. I think it's really, really beautifully designed for a proper community-based activity. And I had a lot of fun. I was doing it with a team of 6 to 8. And all the bosses, and you know, the relentless occurrence of all of those enemies and all those public events just popping up again and again has been really, really good. I can see we have several of our community members popping in. Well, thank you guys for coming. Let's see what the new questions are. Tonzak's here. Hello, Tonzak. How are you doing? Good to see you. We've not seen you for a few days now. How's everything? What's the weather like out there down under? Is it cold? We've had one of the hottest days ever in history in Europe. It was 45.8 in Paris the other day. It was just absolutely unbelievable. I don't know how people survived it. We didn't have it here, but the hottest we've had was 34. And you know, they were baking under that sort of you know, weather of 46 degrees Celsius in Paris. Try to think of all of that pollution and, you know, humidity and everything else. And Tonzak is asking, what's left to do on Destiny 1? Nothing really. I've got just various bits and pieces in my books. In terms of the story missions, that's all been completed. The majority of tasks have been completed. Well, actually, that's not quite true. I have 2 raids, King's Fall and Wrath of the Machine. They need to be completed. I've sort of just looked at them. I've not completed them. And all the items that are in my books, so it's like making sure that all dead ghosts are collected, that we are collecting all kinds of fragments, you know, these sorts of things. Bits and pieces are still left there. And Tonzak says, surely there are dead ghosts to find or something. Yes, they are. Yeah, dead ghosts and castle fragments and, you know, bits and pieces. Sakapupa and me said that we were going to be looking at those books, and then we were going to be deciding on what to do in order to complete every one of those. So we are going to be doing this at some point. I've not decided really when, because I've just completed my story missions back to back. So I have a bit of respite for a few days, doing a bit of community-based activity, you know, talking and doing some strikes and that sort of thing, and then maybe we'll be looking at becoming true and kind of formidable type of completionist, so that we look at the books and we go bit by bit and do whatever is necessary in there in order to complete. Tonzak saying hello, how are you doing? Darkzus here as well. Darkzus saying what's up everybody. Hello Darkzus, how are you doing? Thank you for joining us and thank you for watching our broadcast. Great to have you here, and I hope you're enjoying our community discussion. We had lots of questions coming in earlier on various forums. I had some questions coming overnight, people asking about Destiny 2 Forsaken. Lots of people are curious. I'll just say, you're asking how's everybody doing. I'm doing splendidly well. I had really good night's sleep. It's been quite fresh during the night, about 14 degrees Celsius, and it's been really very good quality air, you know, for really a nice restful sleep during the night. So I felt really refreshed. I had some troubles today connecting to Bungie. I couldn't get in for some time, and we were just sort of waiting to get access, and then eventually that was made possible. So therefore we are here today yet again. So all is very good. And what was I saying about Destiny 2 Forsaken? Yeah, lots of people asking questions about the difference, because they played year one game and they were not pleased, and they said, what's the difference when you're playing the complete edition? So I know that Tonzak is also doing it, and there's some other people who have been with Destiny 2 Forsaken from the beginning. So maybe you can, I've talked at length already about what I feel, how I experience the game, but maybe some of you could also write here in the chat about your experiences of the complete edition and all of that new content that's been reworked and given to us, because I find it incredible. But I'd just like to hear from other community members as well, and that would be beneficial to everyone who's been asking questions. So maybe you can just throw in a few comments. And Tonzak saying he just joined in, saying he's good, thank you. He says it's very cold in Australia and not sure what to do about it. And Tonzak says, I think you've completed more of the game than I have now. Well, possibly, but it's just the consistent broadcasts and doing various tasks with, you know, our community members. It's possible that we completed some other things that you still have on your list, but we'll be looking at a full completion. So we'll do that as the next kind of step. The only trouble with that is it could become a bit draining for the viewers, you know, so I'll have to do a bit of it and then take a break and, you know, and then carry on in the same fashion. We want to have a lot of good discussion and a lot of fierce activity, and sometimes walking around in order to find that guys can be a bit, you know, less exciting. And Tonzak says it's -4 Celsius last night, so that's very cold indeed. Tonzak says, I was indeed too cold to play games last night, I had to abandon. And Tonzak says, oh yeah, I could pitch in. If you haven't played Destiny 1 before, the most value from Destiny 1 is to learn the story or Grimoire. If you care for the Destiny Grimoire and word details, a visit to Destiny 1 is highly recommended. If you care not about the story and content in Destiny World, then you can probably not bother playing Destiny 1. Yeah, that's absolutely true. In fact, Lolly, our community member from the US, was suggesting we could have some sessions when we'll simply read Grimoire cards, because they'll give us a clear picture on the story. And this is something that did not cross my mind at all. So grateful to Lolly for suggesting it. And I think we will schedule some sessions which are going to be like Grimoire cards readings and analysis in order to become more familiar with the story. I will do that probably next week, because we've had 6 days of story missions back to back, so I don't want to be oppressing our community with just the story-based content, because Destiny is also about action and collecting and, you know, the kind of community-based activity. And we'll really enforce the idea of the story as much as possible during the next couple of months before Shadowkeep comes out. I think it's important because Shadowkeep will be more of an RPG to what we've seen so far, and we want people to be very familiar with all the enemies, particularly with the fact that some of those are coming back, and as they're coming back they'll be springing up on the moon and other planets, and we'll have to be ready to tackle them. There may well be some extra content explaining what happened in the past, so I really look forward to that. You know, I think it looks really very good. And Tonzak says Bungie used to host the website that hosted all of the Grimoire cards. Now you can read Bungie Destiny Grimoire cards from Anthology Volumes 1 and 2. Yeah, I got some websites in there. But what's your view on Destiny 2? Destiny 2 Forsaken views is what people are asking about, you know. They were asking me why am I so much in favor of Destiny 2 Forsaken with the new content? What's the difference? And I was sort of explaining at some length that I find the content to be very good because it is, first of all, tailored to the player ability, and many areas have become very, very hectic. So it doesn't happen you'll be just strolling through a planet and you have nothing to do. You will be intercepted literally in every corner, and you know, if you're doing quests and story missions, there will be plenty to do, and you know, plenty of content. That's what it is. Lots of people complain that Destiny 2 didn't have enough content, and you could say that presently it has, you know, as much as possible. And Tonzak says, and I think Ishtar Collective, a website, Google it, contains also those Grimoire cards. I think Ishtar Collective app I have, and I use it for transferring things from the vault, and you know, all sorts. So that's right. Alright guys, we talked a lot. We've had a very, very good introduction, and what we'll do next is going to be as exciting as always. We are going to be doing some live gameplay, so just get ready for that. Let me just get my glasses and then we'll carry on. We need to see what needs to be done. Sekapupa and myself, we're doing everything that was based on our weekly activities, and we are going to carry on with some of that today, so bear with us. I need to just see lots of messages coming up. Say, well, thanks to everyone who's been very, very supportive and communicating. Always appreciated. I'm always grateful to everyone meeting every single day. And there you are, Tonzak is giving us this website, and the website is Ishtar Collective. Remember, Ishtar Legacy app is the one that you can be using for transferring your items. I have it on my mobile, just looking at it now, Ishtar Legacy. So this is another tool. If you are, for instance, wanted to transfer your exotic weapons from Hunter to Titan, and you want to be playing your Titan currently, the best way of doing it is through this app, because it transfers items automatically and you will get them on your character more or less immediately. So download that app and you can use it at any given moment in time. Really, really speeds up the process. Otherwise it's manual. You need to go back to the tower, you need to transfer things from the vault. Frequently, if you are a veteran, your vault's going to be fairly full. You need to be fiddling quite a while, and that's going to be causing you lots of delays. So that's definitely the way to do it. Remember that. Bear with me a second. All right, so that looks good. Let's see what is before us. Hunter, human male, DRBMiller, it is going to be, yet again. I'll probably start playing another character as well, but we are just sticking to the usual today. Looks like we need to go to the tower first. I just want to ask, do Tonzak and Sekapupu want to join us? If you guys want to join us, then I'll bring you in straight away. We'll talk live on air and we can do lots of activities together. We can decide what we want to do as a team of 3, and we'll have roughly 4 hours ahead of us. Sekapupu's asking whether they can join. The answer is of course, and I'll bring you in straight away. Tonzak, do you want to join us as well? Tonzak says he can't at the moment. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. No worries, sir. All good. There's going to be Sekapupu and myself for the time being. Sekapupu, I'm sending you our party chat invite. You can just join us first there, and then I'll bring you in as well. I feel really a bit dehydrated. Must be all that talking, hey? Just bear with me. And Tonzak says, I've got some small jobs to do at the moment. No worries. If you want to pop in later, let me know. If not, we'll obviously squad up on another day. And Tonzak says I'm trying to rush through them. No problem at all. Trying to create a party chat in here, but for some reason it doesn't seem to be operating. And Tonzak says later would be good. No problem. Just you know, let us know. And Sekapup and myself will crack on with some activity more or less straight away. So no worries. What's happening with this party? Why is this party chat not operating? It doesn't want to create. It doesn't want to create that party chat. Look at this. We need to have our comms channel set up. Sort it out. PlayStation Plus services. Come on. Not happening. There's a problem somewhere. This is annoying. Some sort of bug somewhere, God knows what. Inviting Sekapupu. And Tonzak says I do want to join in. Do you want to join in now or later? It's no big deal really, just let me know whenever you're ready, because I'm trying to set up our party chat. It doesn't seem to be working today. I had a message earlier saying that some of the PS services are not functioning today, so it may be that this is the one, but I don't want that. I don't want that to be happening, because what I do want is for everyone to be heard. Tonzak says he will join us later. Okay. And Tonzak says he will join us later. No problem, sir. Just let us know. No problem. Right, Sekapupu. Right, fire team. Sekapupu, are you receiving my invitations? Because I keep sending the invitations, and I'm not sure what perhaps if you can type here on Twitch chat whether you're receiving all the invitations. I've sent many invitations. I've sent half-dozen party chat. Oh yeah, okay, this worked. But there's a problem with party chat, so I need to keep sending a party chat again. Just please keep checking whether you're receiving the invites, because for some reason there's a fault of some sort. Igus is here. Hello, Igus. How are you doing? Long time no see, my friend. How is it going, sir? Good to see you. Igus says, hey, my friend. Long time no talk. How are you? I'm splendid, sir. How are you? How's Anthem? I want to hear about Anthem. Igus and me played Anthem demo, and then Igus purchased Anthem and played the game as well. So really kind of curious to hear how Anthem is progressing. Whether you're still enjoying it. I'm not doing it because I'm waiting for BioWare to resolve all the technical problems. I can't really even play it much on my PlayStation. Really plagued by technical issues. Igus says, I haven't played it for a while. Well, they've not introduced any extra content because of all the technical difficulties, you know. And everybody's just waiting for all the tech to be resolved. But I principally think that they'll have a difficulty with resolving everything. I think, I gather from all the articles, it's Frostbite based, and Frostbite is the engine, the game engine they used for Anthem, and it may be that they'll have to rework the whole game, you know. And Igu says, I've been playing a lot of NBA 2K lately. Oh, this is a sports game, right? And Tonzak says, I just got Shadowkeep and that ate up all of my money for this year. Yeah, Shadowkeep just devoured it. You know, that Shadowkeep was a bit like Zol. You know Zol? The big worm in there? That Zol was devouring my super, and Nick and me played it the other night, and I chucked my super, my Nova Bomb, at Zol about 3 or 4 times, and every single time Zol swallowed it, and then eventually Zol died. How tragic, eh? But it's the same sort of situation. Shadowkeep just keeps devouring money, right? And then there's no more money left for anything else. Which is the case with the new games. I just talked earlier today in my broadcast that the new games are very expensive, and the publishers know this, and then, you know, when you join a season and you have extra content, the money just keeps disappearing. And I'm principally not that keen on doing pre-orders. I always wait for the prices to drop, but therefore I'm always a bit late with this, you know. And I guess once we have a massive community established here, I'll be looking for partnerships with those firms, you know, to get early access, because otherwise it's just causing bankruptcy. You know, it's a very, very expensive games, and just think about it: 10 games, 50 quid each. That's £500. Or if you're buying Ultimate Editions, like $100, it's £1,000. It's just, unless you have a great number of wealthy donors, people who are funding your channel with, you know, significant revenue, it is very, very difficult. And Tozak says, nah, no more money for the games. Besides, I have to play all the other games I already have. There are many games I have not finished. Yeah, that's the trouble with the MMO. MMO is just basically massive, and you have that with lots of games. It's not just Destiny. You have this with Division. You have that with Elder Scrolls. You have it with you know, the vast majority of those games, and you become really dedicated to that one game, and you live in that world, which means there's very little time left for anything else. And this is new. This is, you know, definitely present within this decade, because the previous decades didn't have that sort of thing. You had linear storytelling. You finished the game, you could replay it, but this is something quite different. And they really want it to be like that. They want the world to be your world, and they want, you know, the world to be explored continuously, consistently over a long period of time. And that's the idea behind the evolving world in Destiny 2 Forsaken, right? It's a world that's constantly growing, and you always keep coming back and doing different things. And you know, it's one of those things. But I have to tell you something else. I nearly forgot. There are 2 bits of news. I didn't mention them earlier on. Actually, one of them I did mention, but I didn't really present it in depth. It's 2 things. One thing, one major bit of news is, for all of us that played Apex, yesterday we've had Season 2 introduced. So Season 2 had started yesterday, and there's a new character that is introduced, right? Similar to what happened during Season 1. I've not looked at it yet. I was downloading the update, so I'll have a look at it later today, and I'll try it. I'm quite curious to see what the new character's like. I want to see what state of game is altogether, because I've heard some concerns that the seasons were not bringing in a lot of additional content, and that many players kind of dropped out. So I need to have a look to find out for myself. A lot of people are basing their judgment on what they see on Twitch, but the fact that number of streamers, you know, dropped doesn't mean that there aren't many people doing the game. Similar to what we see in Destiny, you have maybe 50 viewers on Destiny channels during the day, but you will have 500,000 people doing the Crucible. So there is a very, very big difference between streaming and actually playing a game through the game server. And Tonzak says, I have to finish the story aspects of Minecraft, God of War and Uncharted.
Yeah, just getting back to the news. Season 2 of Apex Legends started yesterday, and anyone who's been here with us whilst we were promoting the game will download this update, and it's free of charge. You don't have to pay anything, and you can obviously try it today. So most highly recommend it to everyone. I'll try it today, and I'll have a look at it, and then we'll see what the updates are like, what the new season brings us. And also, in addition to that, there is another wonderful bit of news for everyone. And I honestly am really truly delighted and incredibly excited about that news. And that's to do with PlayStation Now free games offered this month. And one of the games that I really wanted to have from the day one when the game was released was Detroit Becoming Human. This wonderful Quantic Dream is one of my favorite developers, and I love the games which are beautifully developed mystery stroke film noir stroke adventure types of games with very good story, a lot of time spent on the plot and the narrative. And Detroit Becoming Human actually comprises all of the games they produced so far, and is delivered in a landscape of Blade Runner. You have this android who's wanting to become a human, and you have 3 characters that you play. So really a wonderful story. And I played the demo in here live online, and the game is still very expensive. Even in CEX it costs £30 today, and it's been released quite a while back. And generally Quantic Dream games are retaining that high price level. But you know what? Detroit Becoming Human is offered in a digital deluxe edition. Listen to this, digital deluxe edition, giving you 2 other games together with it, as well as 2 packs related to the music, the story, the concept art, and the making of. So it's absolutely mouth-watering. It will cost you probably more than £100 if you were purchasing it, and it's offered free of charge. So if you've not downloaded it, what are you waiting for? Click on that button right now. You're getting for free 3 of those most wonderful games produced by Quantic Dream. They are Beyond Two Souls, Heavy Rain, and of course Detroit Becoming Human. And the games are fairly big, so they occupy a lot of space. But download them straight away. Acquire the pack, and then you can play it and enjoy it. So absolutely wonderful. For me, that's probably the best freebie I have received on PlayStation Now since I rejoined last year. And really delighted and truly grateful to PlayStation for offering it. I really, it's the game right at the top of my list, right? I mean, literally on the top. And I wanted to have that game since it was released, and I've got it yesterday. So that game I will be streaming and broadcasting. Really enjoy Quantic Dream games. You probably would have seen my streams of Heavy Rain here. If not, you can access it on YouTube. And Heavy Rain is a wonderful film noir game that has a wonderful story and a tremendous content, which is providing you with 17 different outcomes, right? 17, and that is indeed truly remarkable. And I've played it a few times, and unfortunately, I mean, it's like, it's a film noir, but what does happen in there is, if you're not careful, one of your characters, one of the main characters, the FBI agent, gets killed very early in the game, and it changes the entire plot. So, yet again, I want to draw attention of our community members to the fact that Detroit Becoming Human is accessible free of charge to anyone who is subscribed to PlayStation Now services. So all of our community members that play Destiny together live online with me on PlayStation will be able to access it immediately. You just need to click on buy now and you get it for £0, right? You get it for free. And not just that you're getting Detroit Becoming Human, you're also getting Heavy Rain and Beyond Two Souls within that digital deluxe pack, which is extraordinary. You would have paid £100 for it otherwise. So it's an offer you can't refuse, really. In fact, it reminds me of the fact that the other day I popped in to my CX, and they were selling a box set of Rocky. Yes. 6 DVDs, and each DVD has like special edition with supplements and documentaries and all sorts. And I bought that. It's a box set, 6 DVDs, special editions, supplemental content and everything else for 50 pence. That's 0.50 pence. Can you imagine this? It's the best bargain I had on a DVD box set ever in my life. It means that one DVD would be costing me 6 pence. That's 0.06. Unbelievable. It's the best possible bargain I've ever had on a DVD. I mean, not that on the Rocky, I just couldn't refuse it because it was a wonderful offer. It was brand new, it's still in factory wrappers. So, you know, can't go wrong, really. And Detroit Becoming Human is even better because you're paying 0.00 shillings and pence. You get it for free. So remember that. Go to PlayStation Now services, click on Purchase or Acquire Now, you'll get it for free. You get 3 games. Quantic Dream, top-notch games, one of which is the latest, seen as one of the classics of storytelling called Detroit Becoming Human. And if you are kind of not wanting to download it because it is, you know, purchase it first of all for nothing, right? Just get it. It's offered free of charge this month. But then if you don't want to be downloading it, you just wait a few days until I start playing it here. I'll need to decide on what day I'll start streaming it, but I will definitely get my teeth into Detroit Becoming Human. I played the demo, I loved it. It was very, very difficult and, you know, has all kinds of complicated bits of in-game mechanics.
Not possible.
And we look forward to that. So these were the major news. We had Apex Legends Season 2 released yesterday, and we've had Detroit Becoming Human Digital Deluxe Edition with all the niceties. 2 other games, Heavy Rain and Detroit Becoming Human, part of it, Beyond Two Souls, and the two additional bits which are connected to like the making of, and I think one is about the soundtrack. I've seen all of them already on my shelf, really, you know, my digital shelf where I've got all of my games. And I really acquired very many since last year, I have to say. We really are talking about quite a few games. So, and in 30s here, hello sir, how are you doing? In 30 says service, which is hello, in fact, in Austrian, right? Deutsch. And community morning, we've done no gameplay so far. We just talked about lots of different things, and we've had loads of members coming in. It's been a wonderful morning so far. Somewhat delayed with my broadcast. I started it an hour later than usual due to some connectivity problems with Bungie servers. And Tonzak is asking, what about Australian users? And I'm not sure, really, to be honest with you. I think it's accessible to any region. So I think it is very important just to double check. I think PlayStation Now is offered to all regions, so you can just download. Definitely have a look straight away. You will not regret it. Don't forget to just get it because it's free of charge. It's a digital deluxe edition. 3 games at once. And if you've not played Quantic Dream games, once you do one of them, you'll be absolutely hooked. They're your classic RPG games and the classic adventure games, right? With a good story, massive big linear narrative, with lots of different outcomes. And in this game, you're playing 3 characters. In Heavy Rain, you play, I think, 6 characters. And the way it's done is just really quite revolutionary. I can't think of any other game doing it like that. It does have a bit of tricky controls at times for fight sequences and for jumps and that. Once you get used to it, you'll love it. And all the outcomes. The only thing is, it has autosave, and if your character dies, one of the characters that you play, you need to replay the whole game. So remember that. Be careful when you are jumping or, you know, fighting, because it happened to me 3 times out of 5 when I played Heavy Rain, and my FBI agent got killed, and he was like the main person investigating the whole thing. And obviously the story was completely different after that. And the first time I played it, I wanted, you know, I like happy endings, and I wanted to have, you know, everyone happy right at the end. And what I had was everyone dying, and the villain roaming the streets, and that was just absolutely devastating. My goodness, what did I do? I did my very best to provide the best outcome. But I guess I failed with some of the controls, you know, and therefore my characters all got wiped. So that was really unfortunate. And In 30 says, thank you for remembering where I come from. No worries, no worries. Of course I remember. Österreich. Is that right? Österreich. Österreich. Yeah. I know, because we talked about Vienna and we talked about a few other Austrian things. And we are, I think what did we talk about? Let me think. I like Austrian cakes, you know. Austrian cakes are wonderful. Austrian sweets are hard to beat. So if you come from Britain, where we eat all of that sugar in our sweets, come to Austria with all those lovely, lovely gatos and you know, light cakes. You can eat lots of them. So absolutely amazing. Yeah, I'll be going to Austria soon as well. Been to Vienna about 6 times last year. No, 8 times I think. All right, so let's crack on. We talked a lot, and let us see what's going on. I need to be getting my party chat as well, which I'm not able to do at the moment. What is this? Shotgun. Looks like plenty of items in there. Need to get rid of some of the stuff. And so what do I do? Hang on. Won't be able to get to my vault because this is all full, right? Surely I have some things I do not need. So it's 400. Pulse rifle, hacksaw. How dare you, the devil you know. Okay. So what heavies do I have here? Okay, cut neutral. Delete all of these. Go back to the vault, and then what we'll do is we'll just put those weapons in there. We need to get rid of some of those. We need to put in Isoluna, and let me see, pulse rifle we'll put in there. And then from here we'll put in black hammer, I think. Just see if we've got anything else in the vault. Just bear with me, my friends. I can't answer your messages at the moment. I just want to see. Fusion rifle, legendary. Continental, multiple stars. Okay. Just want to get rid of these because I'll be stashing just 400 in my vault. What I do want to do is I just want to put a few more items in there that I will not be using. So the wounded scout rifle, bad juju, pulse rifle. Okay, we'll keep those in there, and we'll put another dark blade spite, even horizon. Devil's Dawn. I don't really need this one at all. I'll put it in there. Oh no, that's not it. Oh no, I've got 2 Devil's Dawn. Okay, 2 devils I've got. So that I can put in the vault. And I'll put one of those devils in the vault because both of those are 400. One doesn't have all the perks enabled. Okay, that seems good. And then I need to go back to the postmaster to see what these weapons are. Let me see. We've had our friend from Austria saying a few things. Let me just see what he said. He said, oh yeah, the pronunciation of Österreich was correct, right? Österreich. So that's quite good. Österreich means Austria in plain English. And we have in 30 says you must try our coffee shops. Third wave coffees. Yes, I did try them, and I usually, well, I tried the famous cafe in Vienna, you know, the one where all the famous artists and scientists used to go in the very town center. It's very palatial. You will know probably what it is called. It is called Cafe something, and it's one of the legendaries. I can look it up on it. I suddenly can't remember what it's called exactly, but that is my favorite coffee shop in Vienna. you know, Starbucks and all the other quick coffees don't cut it for me. We want like proper Viennese coffees and teas and proper Viennese cakes, and there are many of those shops still in town. So anyone who goes to Vienna always go to the town centre, just, you know, stroll around a bit, and you find plenty of those beautiful places. And Tonzak says, there's a task for you. This should be a trophy. Power up all your legendary and exotic weapons and armor to 400. No hurry though, it took me a while. And Tonzak says, oh wow, the PlayStation Vita is back in Australia. Yeah, it must have been you know, reinstated because of all the complaints that people launching at them. So that must have been the main reason. And let's see, approach.
Your name?
Well, what I usually do in 30 is I usually stroll from the town centre to Albertina, and I also go to the Austrian Film Museum, and then I walk to the Maria Theresa Square with all the galleries down there, and then I go back to the cathedral, go to one of the cafes. Usually I eat in some of the restaurants as well. I have a couple of restaurants where I usually go to. They have really very, very good Viennese cuisine. And I usually have my cordon bleu, or most frequently my Vienna schnitzel, with sauteed potatoes, with mixed salad, and with some Viennese pancakes. You know, for all of us who love Austro-Hungarian cuisine, we like those wonderful pancakes delivered with poppy seeds or with jam, or with apples, you know, that sort of thing. And then some nice hot drinks together with that. And also your soups. Your soups are very different to what we have in Britain. We have clear soups with the colonial cuisine, you know, like Chinese and Thai and all that. But we don't really have clear soups as such. We have soups which are a bit more like a casserole, very thick kind of vegetable soups. And in Austria you have those clear soups, you know, made of beef or chicken, and it's really with some noodles as well, and knuddels, which are particularly good. For anyone not familiar, knuddels are what we call dumplings, and they are in those floating in those clear soups. So our friend could really tell us a bit more on that, right? In 30, I'm sure you have some of those soups very frequently.
Check.
You know, we talked a lot today, and let's just get some action in order. You know, it's so good to see so many of our friends coming in every day. I'm astonished. Every single day we have so many people coming, and it's just really wonderful. I'm so grateful to you all, honestly. This channel has been so busy, and without you I wouldn't be able to do it. And it's so wonderful. And I've had so many compliments coming in from people who were just literally pedestrians through here, you know, people who are not really either followers or subscribers, and they said, well, it's so good to be here. We don't really play Destiny, but we like the atmosphere of your community. We like what your people say. We like read the content. We like all you do here every single day. And I always say, well, you know, running a Twitch channel is all about your community. That's, you know, that's the bottom line. Look at this, I got another Isoluna 400.
Yeah.
And then we have Orfine, we have the Liar, and then we have the Devil You Know 400 as well. So I'm really picking up some good items. And we need to get rid of this Orfine. And we need to get rid of the Delia. It doesn't seem to work. I've been sending you like 20 or 30 invitations, and I got pop-ups from my end saying that there's a fault on PlayStation Network, and I'll try to send it yet again, because for me it's the absolute priority to have party chat, because it's not recorded otherwise on my channel, and I'll try again. Were you getting any invitations at all? Did you get any invitations for party chat, or none? Yeah, that's probably PlayStation Network. Yeah, there's a problem with PS Network. I'll try again. Just bear with me. We'll do that very shortly. Let me just quickly see what I've got here on my inventory. The devil you know I've got loads of weapons in here. The wounded scarf rifle. I need to try those weapons, you know. All of them are 400, so maybe Sekapupa and myself will do some strikes, some story missions in order to try those weapons. So that's going to be the next step. But I do need to put one of those in the vault. Need to see which one though. Well, maybe none. Maybe I'll just try all of them and then put them in the vault. Let's see. Okay, so that's sorted. Let us hope that we can indeed create another party chat. Donzak says that PlayStation Now is not offered as a service in Australia. That's correct, and they've only introduced PlayStation Now services in Scandinavian countries and in Germany recently. People couldn't access that in those countries either. And that's ridiculous, because quite honestly, PlayStation Now is the future. And if you were a subscriber like myself, you'd be able to access up to 700 games at any given moment in time. And in addition to that, not all, but some games are downloadable. So if you want to stream them, you could as well. And it's just the benefit of being able to check out the games that you heard about, and you didn't want to, obviously, didn't want to buy. So, you know, video collection, because the way it works with PlayStation Now services is if you're downloading some of the games, they'll stay both on your shelf, which is your digital shelf on your account, as well as on the PlayStation Now account, which is obviously your subscription channel. So let's say you disconnected, you came back in a few years, provided that the service was still up and running. You can always reconnect, and you can always go back to your saves, because your saves are virtual, and that's tremendously beneficial. Let's think if you were playing Rage or Fallout a couple of years ago, and then you didn't really subscribe for whatever. Let's say you were working abroad, you had no time to play games, and 2 years later you rejoined PlayStation Now services. Everything you did with that game was going to be saved, both on your console and also on PlayStation Now services. The saves are going to be on PlayStation Now services, which means they'll be in that virtual space, they'll be saved on the cloud, and you can be cracking on exactly as before. So that's amazing. And it's instant access, which is what I really like. I tried lots of games there just to see what the beginning of the game was, you know, with cutscenes and that, and you get a much better picture. And it's the volume, you know. If you have 700 games on my list in here, we were to go through about 260 on my channel. We do, you know, one by one, just a bit of gameplay to see what the games are like, and I've just been probably doing about 2 or 3 so far because there's been no time. But I will introduce an evening a week, or it's going to be a day a week, we'll have to see, where we are going to be introducing those games, right? It's going to be Game Pass services on PlayStation and Xbox, because that is likely to be very popular, and it is going to be a taster for everyone. We can have a poll, people can vote, because the lists are available online, people can just access them anywhere, and they can decide whether they want, let's say they want to see Fallout 3 or Fallout 4, they want to see, you know, depends whether the game is obviously on accessible to those services. Fallout New Vegas, let's see Metal Gear Solid, Uncharted, and then we just go straight away to Uncharted and then play the game live online with our community. You know, it's extraordinary, and we do not have to purchase that game, which is obviously of tremendous benefit. And Tonzak says, and the Glacier Byte PS4 Pro is back as well. Well, you could see some things are coming back, but I'm hoping that PS Now services are going to be accessible worldwide to every country on the planet, because I see the future of gaming pursuing that direction and definitely going down that route. You know, instant access to gaming is going to be, you know, as commonly acceptable as the use of mobile phone, i.e. your smartphone, or Netflix or anything else. It's just the way it is going to be. And Igus says, have an open party, should be able to join that way. I can't really do an open party, I'm afraid, because we're in a public broadcast. We've got to have a private party. I'll try to invite Sukapupu yet again. It might have been a glitch. Let's see whether it's resolved. It didn't work about half hour ago. And invite Sukapupu. Yeah, sending you another invite, so have a look. Did it arrive? Did you get the invite? Yeah, if you want, yeah. Let's try that. Let's try that. Let's see what I'll be receiving it. Just send me an invite. D-Lo Reagan is here. Hello, how are you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for joining our community. Reagan tells us, how are you doing? I watched your... Yeah, this is a troll again. Well, this is just not on. Doing that is against our channel rules. So, principally... just need to see what our moderators had said. Just bear with me, I had some messages from a moderator. Just bear with me, I'm involved with moderators now because we have this person constantly coming back and trying to sell us things, and it's like a bot, and he keeps throwing in messages in here wanting to sell us some products for overlays and for other things. And he's been reported several times, and he keeps coming in all the time under different user IDs. So yet again another troll. Which unfortunately does happen when channels are kind of popping up on algorithms as being the top channels, and this has to be dealt with. So just bear with me, my friends. I'm talking to my moderators. I'll be back very, very shortly. I apologize to my viewers. We are actually plagued by two problems today. We have, serious issues with, first of all, connectivity to PSN. There are some difficulties there with PSN today. I'm not sure why, and these are causing us problems. Well, first of all, in accessing party chat. Secondly, I've had some problems due to that. Related to Bungie server access, so we started a lot later than usual, which was about an hour later, And in addition to that, we've had another troll coming in who is trying to sell us some products, and he keeps coming in. You've seen him already several times in the last few weeks through fake IDs, and he's using a PC device in order to, it's like a bot that keeps throwing these messages in. And you know, I've reported him many times before, and my moderators have taken action today yet again. The trouble is that every single time he comes in under different ID, using bots, and indeed attacking to a degree our community content. It's completely against the channel rules to be forcefully selling issues. This person has been told when approaching the channel for the first time not to do it, and he was sent messages by my moderators indicating that he is in breach of my channel rules. There's no harm in asking whether somebody wants to purchase something if it's obviously good-natured, but using PC-based devices and bots in order to spam with you know, sales offers is just completely unacceptable, and we are doing everything possible to make sure that this person or his spamming entity does not feature here, and he can't be featuring on the old IDs because they're all blocked, reported and investigated, but he keeps coming back for this one. Right, so Sekapupa was asking me about notifications. I wasn't able to look at that, so just bear with me. I'll need to see whether I received your notification. Yes, I can hear. I'm just trying to work out whether it accepted the whole thing or not. Just a moment. You're already in this fire team, unable to join. Okay. So it's accepted the party chat this time. Okay. I just need to ask our friends in there, can you hear us all? Our friends who are watching us.
No.
Yeah, make sure that it's public. It needs to be public for everyone to hear us. I'd like to ask our friends Tonzak and iGoose and In30 and everyone else who's watching, can you hear us? I need to establish that they can hear us, you know, because otherwise we need to change. Otherwise it would just mute. Guys, can somebody just confirm that you can hear everything we are saying? I don't think they can hear us. No, no one's responding. I need to write. Hang on. Is your chat on public or is it private? It needs to be public.
It's public.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just hold on. It looks like Flying Pirates can hear us. Can everyone else hear us? Because we are trying to really operate... Oh, Danny says also he can. Well, thank you. Thank you very much for that. Thank you for helping us. Because basically what's happening is PSN in the UK is not operating today properly. So there is some sort of problem and we are unable to connect through PSN servers in the UK. And we are trying now through Sekapupu's connection to his. He is in Finland, and it seems like it is working. So that you know, that is obviously positive. And if you can hear us, then obviously we can carry on. But just wondering whether this is going to be recorded because it's obviously Sekapupu's party. I'm not happy with the fact that it doesn't work, but you know, we can obviously try it. And if there's any problems anywhere, then please let me know. If there's a problem with the sound, if you can't hear something, or you know, just type messages in here, because obviously we'll make sure that we tackle that immediately. Sometimes there are problems with audio, and I've experienced a few recently, but it's all down to the PSN. Just to clarify to all of my community members, we always use party chat because of the international privacy settings, they always have to be left on public. So anybody who comes in my party chat will have to be having his switched on to public so everybody can hear it. And then what we have is recordings of our broadcasts where everything is easily heard. Unless we do it through party chat on PlayStation 4, any kind of in-game sound is blocked, so that there's, people can't hear anything that's said. They can hear me, but my participants, community members that are talking live on air, will not be recorded. And that is something that I'm always trying to avoid, because guess what? People like watching sometimes replay and, listening to the content, because this channel is all about our kind of, gaming dialogue more than anything else. So it seems to be working. Sakapupu, that's fine. We can obviously crack on. What shall we do?
I've been trying to do this one thing.
Okay.
Okay, let's not go to orbit yet.
Oh, okay.
I've been trying to do this one thing with the ball, and I finally done it.
Okay.
If you just, yeah.
Guardian, do you need something?
Oh, where did you find that ball?
Just on top of the.
All right. So you're playing football.
There's a football over there if you wanted to know.
Okay. So Sikapupa and me are playing football in here. Look at that. Let's see whether I can headbutt it. A header. Give us a header if possible. No? This is funny. Thanks to Danny and Flying Pirates for confirming that all is good sound-wise. It's good to hear, because we thought that we could not be heard. And that was obviously of great concern to me. How are we able to use a head? You're jumping and using your head. Where's the ball now? Alright. Oh, that was good. This, yeah. Oh, that's awesome. I managed to use my head well. Look at that. Where's the ball now? Where did it go?
It went behind you, but there's another ball here, but it's quite different.
Okay. So you could see that Sakapupa's introduced us to a brand new community activity. So anybody who wants to play a bit of football, then always come here. You going upstairs?
Nope. Looks like someone's already kicked it off the tower.
Oh, they probably picked it up. Or they knew it.
Yeah, and there's another funny thing. If you just come over here and sprint and jump here. It's like...
No, it's my jump.
Jump from here.
It doesn't provide me with the triple
you
jump
have
in
to,
here.
You jump higher. I've noticed that at least.
No.
Okay, now
There we are.
just go into the middle and stand still or do anything.
I see. So it's like an air vent in there, being
Yeah.
like air conditioner is basically ejecting us. We're going up in the air. We're bouncing up and down.
Yeah. If you look at me, I'm up here.
Yeah, you're on top of that
And
pillar.
I can activate the fan. By
Now I want to see
yeah.
where you are. Where are you? I don't see you.
if you look left and then up a little.
Oh yeah, I can see you now. And how do you activate the fan?
You just go here and then there's a option that named activate fan.
Oh, I see. You go in there and it'll be coming up like an option similar to scan or what you usually get.
Yeah.
Okay. How did you work this out? Did you see that on YouTube videos or?
No, my friends showed it to me.
Oh yeah, they discovered it. Well, you know, just to expand on what I described earlier, these sorts of activities that we just completed here, with me using the fan to jump and also playing football, are really purely community based. And Sekapupa learned how to do this through one of his friends, and his friend learned that from one of his community members. So you could see we learn all sorts of things in here, and this is a social hub. That's the way it was called initially, and it's all about, you know, teaming up with other guys and learning from them. They could have probably created a few more community activities, but these are your kind of treasures after you've been in Destiny 1 for a little while, where you learn what you can do in there, and this is obviously one of those. So that was really enjoyable. Let's see where that ball is. Where's that ball? You said that the ball went behind me. I didn't see it. Where did it go?
Yeah, someone's probably being kicking it.
You reckon someone picked it up already?
Oh no, the ball spawned over here this time.
But where did you find the ball originally? Where? Oh, there it is. I see. Where is the ball usually if you want to look for it?
There or up here.
If I jump on the ball, will it explode?
No, but if you throw it off the map, it will despawn or something will happen to it, and yeah.
Well, I kicked the ball. Now I can't see where it is. Oh, there.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a bit dark in here.
It's a real shame that I didn't find the football.
Well, you find it next time.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm like thinking my name is Ronaldo or Messi, you know. So now I'm gonna play football with Zavala, or with Ikora. Unfortunately, we can't really move Ikora, so we're not gonna have that sort of fun.
Package for warlocks. Stop floating. Bad package. Checking right now. For Ms. Eva Levante. Bad rattle. Very bad.
All right. So, what shall we do? Let's do some fierce action. Shall we go to the Crucible and do a bit of Crucible, or do you want anything else?
Something else.
Okay. Weekly story missions.
I actually have a new mission because I went on a hunt for the taken champions.
Okay. So, you suggest what do we do?
The mission that I have.
Okay. Tell us a bit about it, because our viewers will want to know what is the mission.
I've not checked
Okay.
yet.
Promoted you to the leader. But then tell us about the mission before we carry on. I want to see what the mission is.
Okay, I'm gonna check. It's a Kings of Decay. Hunt the source of the taken.
Okay.
we are going to be doing Kings of Decay, a mission that Sakapupu needs to do, and we are doing it on the hard difficulty level. No modifiers. Oh, there's one modifier now, or not? There was one modifier just a moment ago. Did you see that? And now the modifier disappeared.
Nope. Okay.
The modifier was heroic.
You can, oh. Okay.
Guardian, turns out I gave you some bad intel last time. Those wizards weren't controlling the Blight. Mea culpa and such like. Got a real plan this time. There's a taken knight running sorties on the Cosmo down there, and the Tower Scouts have tracked the Blight to the old King's Watch bunker. Hit the knight in a counterattack, and then push on to the bunker. Welcome back to the Cosmodrome. We have tracking on that knight, critter named Sugoth. T is silent. Who comes up with these names anyway? Okay, get after him, Guardian.
Cade, knight is down. I'm detecting a surge of power in response.
Hold a second, 1 second.
Just what we wanted. And, yep, it's coming from the King's Watch bunker. Our intel was right. That's the source. You know what to do, Guardian?
Hold on a second. While this, I'll just equip other weapons. I want to try those weapons I picked up. I want to see what they're like. So let me see.
I'm trying out Fawn because I got the new ornament for it, the Rose of Corruption, if you would want to see it.
Yeah, certainly. Just bear with me. What I want to do is I want to use some mods.
Okay.
Just a moment. I've got this new weapon. I very rarely use Scatter Pulse rifles. Just want to see what it's like. And just a moment. Bit of a lag in there as well. Grasp of Malak. You try that one?
Oh yeah, I tried it. It's pretty good.
So we'll try it.
Sometimes people farm it for days to get the one god roll
Really?
on it.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, I've got speed reload, and I have secret round, and I've got focus lens flash. So that's alright.
Okay.
There's also a perk that's stunning taken captains, I think, as well. There. Just bear with me a second. New horn. Antique horn I've got. One second. Okay, I'm ready. Where are you?
Okay, good.
Where did you go?
I had a little bit.
Okay, coming your way. Just trying.
It's a little bit good there. The Rasp of Malo.
It doesn't seem to be particularly powerful. Imago Loop is a lot more powerful.
Just bear with us a second. I want to put on my ammunition synthesis as well. Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay.
Did you find any enemies in there? You after?
Nope. I'm just waiting for you.
Because this quest is part of something else. What will you get at the end?
A new quest.
A new quest. And this is on your Titan.
Yep.
Okay. And you got it because you
Okay.
increased your reputation with one of the factions, or is it just that you picked it up?
I just picked it up after hunting down some taken.
Okay. Wait a minute, what is this? I've heard you use this weapon, because you were using it the other day while doing the Crucible, right?
What weapon?
This weapon. Or was it somebody else? I've heard somebody else use it, and it wasn't
What's
myself.
the name of it?
Well, this thing with Malak. This rifle.
Oh yeah, I've used it.
Yeah, yeah. It doesn't seem to be this effective, I have to admit. Because once you get used to your favorite weapons, everything else seems to be unique, you know? Don't you find that?
Yeah,
With
but
mine-
you can rapid fire that I think if you just spam.
Is that another perk for rapid fire?
I don't know.
That's as rapid as it gets here.
Oh well, then I must have forgotten or mixed it up with something like that.
Yeah. Doesn't seem to be. It's like semi-automatic. 6 rounds it fires, I think.
Okay. So this is this quest.
Yeah, I remember it.
Yep. Or mission actually. Where is this?
Oh, it will pop up when you worry.
Oh yeah, right.
Where's he gone?
Still here. He went out of the map.
Where is this captain in now? That weapon's really not good. Very slow. Definitely not effective for the situation where you're being hit by many enemies, you know?
Yep. By the way, do you have for the unique weapon so-called?
Which one?
4.
No.
Okay, you should look at its story. Well,
Well, I did see that captain earlier. I got killed. I go.
Oh well, finally. Oh.
Well, I think this quest or
It
this
just
mission
runs away.
does have a modifier, you know? Don't you think? I think it's heroic.
Oh, fine.
I'm gonna super him.
Oh, yes.
Oh, you got him. Okay.
An echo, huh? In our own backyard. You know, Zavala's too serious to say it, and Ikora's too distracted, but the Vanguard wouldn't be what it is today without you. That's... anyway, thank you for the shooting.
Nothing else to collect in here. So we complete that successfully, as you could see. Kings of Decay was the mission.
Yeah, it's quite a fast one.
Alright. So what do we do next? Did you get anything else to do?
I don't know.
Just bear with me. I just need to do something here. I'll be back in 1 minute.
Okay.
Alright, there we are. We can carry on. To drink some water, actually. A bit hazy. Didn't drink as much earlier today.
I have to go to the tower now.
Okay, no worries. Yeah, bring us back.
Yep.
What's the next task?
Visit Cade.
Okay. Donzak says, what quests do we have left to do? I'm sure I have a few quests left. Well, once you come in, we'll be able to
My
do
other
your quest as well.
characters have at least 100 quests to do.
Say again? All three characters together?
Yeah.
Well, it's hard to tell because when they give you the number there on the inventory, you get all any kind of a fierce activity. And I think in Destiny 2, it is to a degree clearer because you'll have bounties, and then you'll have pursuits, which are quests, right? All of them in one section. So in here it's a bit more muddled. Riva's here. Hello, Riva. How are you doing, Riva? Thank you for coming and thank you for watching our broadcast. Thank you for being a member of our community, enjoying our Destiny 1 world. We are here every day, 10 to 4, streaming Destiny 1. And presently it's Sekapupa and myself doing some of his quests, which have been left on one of his characters. We just completed Kings of Decay. We'll see what there is to do still. I think Sekapupa had to speak to Cade.
And now I have to do another one.
Okay. What did he say?
The Taken are still out there. We need to wipe them out.
Okay.
Well, you've already completed this quest.
That's no problem. Because on my hunter, I think I completed the vast majority. I don't think there's hardly anything left. I have those...
are you ready to leave?
Yeah, I'm ready, yeah.
Okay.
And what I do want to do is I want to change my weapon, because this weapon was of no use. So we'll put, maybe we'll try some other weapon. Tonzek is asking, shall I join you now? Yeah, we'll bring you in. Just hold on, Sekapupu, I need to invite Tonzek, so we'll do this mission as a 3-piece. So once we get to orbit, bear with me, let me just invite...
Okay. Wait, I think I have my fire team set on friends only.
Yeah, for me it's just invitations only.
Yeah, but because no one, none of my friends play Destiny 2 or Destiny 1 anymore, so I guess we're safe, but I'll set it to invite only.
Yeah. I don't really I don't see Tonzak. Tonzak, are you logged in? I don't see you there.
Yeah, I think I have him on my friends list and I don't see.
Riva's saying he's Japanese and he says that he loves Destiny 1.
Oh, now I see him.
Yeah, bring Tonzak in.
Yeah.
Thanks very much to Riva for joining us. He's from Japan, he says. That's wonderful. We don't get many Japanese players popping in, so I'm very grateful for your participation today. That's great. And I hope you're enjoying our broadcast. Hope you can join us every single day. And you can talk to our community members and see all we do every day, 10 to 4. That is British Standard Time. In other words, in plain English, UK time. It'd be 11 to 5 European time. Central European time, ECT, as we'd say.
Okay, I think I've invited him.
Okay.
To everything now.
I don't see him. No, hang on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see Tonzak. Invite to fire team. Did you send Tonzak party chat?
Yup.
Yeah, I've joined. I think... Okay, there we are. Hello. How's it going, sir? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Thanks for joining us. We'll do Sekapupu's quest at the moment. And then I guess later we can progress to yours. So Tendra's Tunnels. Tenebrous tunnels it is going to be. The Greggle's here. Hello Greggle, how are you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being a member of our community. Hope you're enjoying our Destiny 1 world today as well. Greggle's asking, do you have to have the DLCs in order to reach level 40? Well, I believe so, yes.
I think it's that you have to... No, yeah, you... Yep.
You'd have to have Rise of Iron to get to level 40.
No, I think... No, I didn't have Rise of Iron and I got to level 40.
I think the Greggle's asking whether he would need to have all of the DLCs rather than the last one.
Yeah,
so I think I
think you get to level 40 in Taken King.
Yeah, you would need to have the Taken King Legendary Edition, and then you would be able to get to level 40. Just hold the horses for a moment. Just hold here for a moment. Take a poop. Just hold it there. I just want to say to Gregor, my advice would be for you to pick up Destiny the Collection. It will cost you about £16-17 if given on special offer. And Destiny the Collection has the entire content, and then you can do literally everything. If you don't have the entire content, there is a lot of trouble in accessing certain weapons like exotics, leveling up with your light and various other bits, you know. I think considering that everyone's now doing Destiny 2 Forsaken, you will be able to get Destiny the Collection on kind of discounted rates, and it's the very best if you have... no, don't do that. Hey, cease firing. Cease firing. Because of firing, the people won't be able to hear what I'm saying. What I was going to say is, if you purchase Destiny the Collection, then yeah, call it quits. Hang on, I'm losing the thread of my thoughts because of all that firing. My teammates are like really mischievous. They could be called Lamiston, which means rascals. They're being, brought back to their school days, and there's firing being, we can see the firing taking place everywhere. Anyway, coming back to Gregor, what I want to say was, if you get your Destiny the Collection, you purchase that edition, it has the entire content. Don't go for the Legendary of the Taken King, because you'll still miss out on some of the content, do you know what I mean? And the price difference may be very, very small. And once you're able to access all of those DLCs, not just that you'll be able to level up to 4400, but you'll be able to join us as well here. We get sometimes people popping in and wanting to level up, and they play the game live online together with me in a public broadcast. And what happens is, if they don't have one of the DLCs, the game is not going to be allowing them to be doing Zero Heroic Strikes, for instance, or Weekly Nightfall. And, that's obviously of serious concern, as people would want to get to 4400, and without everything literally installed on your console, it'll be more difficult. So I think that would be my personal advice. Alright fellas, lead the way.
Okay. Oh gosh.
Taken.
Yeah, that's the punishment for all that firing, you see what I mean? I'm God. I actually just asked the Taken to spring up.
Well, I just ran past the Taken.
I'm staying here and taking them.
The Taken are to be taken, right?
Probably.
Gregor says, thank you very much. No worries, my pleasure. Anytime. This is what our community is all about, you know? We're always here to help, advise, discuss games that we like the most, and, that sort of thing. Community-based activity. So never ever fear to ask questions, So dark in here. My goodness, I can't see a thing. It wasn't that dark before. I don't know why. Looks like my settings would have changed by themselves, which is what sometimes
I
happens.
think it's because taken are nearby, you'll get the extreme darkness on your screen.
Is that so?
Yeah.
Yeah, especially when it's cloudy.
Yeah.
Now
that
it's
taken
extreme
cloudiness.
cloud. Yep.
There's no more taking around, so I'm gonna come up. Ow.
Oh, geez, so big and so terrible.
Oh,
How did I survive in here? Unbelievable. Too many of those
You didn't
enemies.
survive, you... I don't know what...
I did.
else.
I did survive. I didn't die. I kind of astonished myself, you know. I thought, how on earth did I survive in there? This sort of situation usually die like half a dozen times.
Okay.
What? Why wasn't he gone?
I had to run out of bullets.
Yeah, actually, When that ammunition on my sword. Magazine! Fortunately, I can use my... Oh, I want to do something else. I want to use that... I want to use Whim of Rahul. And I want to use... Knuckles of Ao. What are those for?
Oh, you shall not use that.
What is it?
You shall not use that. If you go into a weekly raid, which is the place that you get all of your sweet raid loot and ornaments for raid stuff. I've had my Knuckles of the AO for at least half a year now. I've not done a raids, like weekly raids, so
No, it's the best to
Yeah.
keep it, obviously, and you keep it for that sort of activity. Anything which is raid-based is best kept and then used whenever you
you
approach.
should always use it on the last boss. If we're going to be doing the Vault of Glass sometime,
Okay.
like our Titan quests have the Vault of Glass thing for the fate. I don't remember what's
This rail
it
system was
called.
endless. It
Yeah.
connected colonies, dig sites. I'm even
Okay.
detecting a line that runs all the way
Flying
up to the
Pirates is
freedom of the
asking,
North
do you
Pole.
have all exotic weapons and armor from Destiny 1 yet? No, sir,
course
I do not.
No, I don't. I don't either.
I do not. I don't think any of us will have all the exotic weapons from the game, and we are collecting them bit by bit.
I
you know,
need
as we,
Pocket Infinity.
It may be possible that you can't get all of the exotics right now because there's a few things that you can't do since Bungie have taken the servers down.
Yeah.
So at this point, no, you can't complete all of that. You can't get all of the exotics. There are some that are now inaccessible to you.
I think our friend the Flying Pirates might have been playing the game right from the beginning, and then he would have, you know, the weapons you get from some of the early quests that are no longer there. They discontinued with some of the stuff that was in the Crucible, and therefore we can't get any
By
more
the way,
things.
I haven't even started the what's that quest called? Outbreak Prime. No, Outbreak Prime quest. I haven't even started that one yet. As a big part, yeah, all of my friends have it though, so they haven't shown me for some reason where all of the monitors are.
And what is the quest for, that one?
Outbreak Prime.
Outbreak Prime, yeah, but what you get, what will happen at the end?
You have to complete the raid at a couple of times.
A raid a couple of times.
Yep. And it's the raid that you haven't completed yet.
Yeah.
Circuitry.
Yep.
So just coming back to Flying Pirates, I don't think we are going to be able to collect all of those exotic weapons.
They may know how to reform the heart.
Okay.
But as far as my exotics are concerned, I'm collecting them bit by bit.
Oh no.
And I've got some of the best ones, like 3 exotic swords. I have my Iron Galahorn. I have Black
You've got
Spindle.
4 exotic swords actually.
Yeah. I've got also
You
that
always
Young Wolf's Howl.
forget the 4th one.
Young Wolf's Howl, yeah, the 4th one.
Yep, the one that everyone forgot.
Well, when I said 3 exotic swords, I meant the 3 that you get requests, because for Young Wolf's Howl, you're not doing any quests. You pick it up in a game. And
You do the main quest line for your moves, how that, so that's a quest exotic too.
oh, it's a quest as well, is it? Well, I thought it was, an item I picked up, but
Nope.
I completely forgot because I picked it up quite early.
For some reason these scions have come up.
Yeah. And Flying Pirate says, yes, I have them all. I even still pocket Infinity. Well, I thought that our friend Flying Pirates was there with the game from the beginning, and therefore, you were able to complete some of those missions in time before they discontinued with some of that activity.
Does he have the exotic emblem for the Trials of Osiris?
Probably. Flying Pirates, do you have the exotic emblem for Trials of Osiris?
I'm allergic to trials.
I've not played them.
Same,
never
but I've
played.
never tried it, and I really want to.
Yeah,
I
my
have
friends
never
here,
played that.
my friends would like to know whether you have this
Destroy the
Trials
heart,
of Osiris
reroute the
emblem.
garden to the surface of Mars. All the Taken had to do was
No, I
The
don't.
exotic one.
through the front door.
Oh. Why is he so annoying? Oh, hey, look at that. It says something weird up here.
They popped up behind us. Oh, he's there. No, that's Severin.
I'm up too late to use any of the block points.
An echo of orcs loose in the Black Garden.
Any
Chills my very soul.
exotics anywhere?
It may have escaped, but your assault
No,
was a
there's a
categorical
ghost here,
success. We'll have teams mop up the remaining Taken, and
There's
we
a
can
ghost
begin
here.
tracking
There's a
that
dead
echo.
ghost.
Where?
Oh, I can't get off this rock now. It's up here somewhere.
Flying Pirate says,
ghost.
at the time I wasn't into doing trials, and the Gregor says, I got Destiny when it first came out, but I only have a couple of rare exotics. Well, it happens. Sometimes people don't really play the game right from the beginning, even if they purchased it, and it does happen. I think they were keeping some of those quests for a little while, but after Destiny 2 was introduced, then they discontinued with lots of things that were present in Destiny 1, which included Destiny 1 Companion, and that was really making many people very, very angry, because obviously you want to collect the stats and do everything. And in fact, I use destinytracker.com for that sort of thing, so if anyone else is unhappy with Destiny 1 Companion being no more, then just use Destiny Tracker. Destiny Tracker is as good, and you get all the bits and stats and details in there, perhaps even more detailed to what Destiny Companion was originally. So we could see that Flying Pirates and the Gregor been doing the game for a long while, and Flying Pirates, then you do have that emblem that Sekapupo asked about, the emblem that is basically related to Trials of Osiris. Do you have it? But you have all the exotics, so that means you completed literally every single thing. And he must have worked really hard to get that, because having every one of the exotic weapons, my goodness, that's really quite a few, isn't it? And loads of tasks, and all that was to be completed. So congratulations on your effort, hard work, and as we could see, you are a true collector and completionist. And we have another member in here who is just the same, Captain Jack N7. So if you ever see Captain Jack in here, hit him up with some questions, Flying Pirates, because he is also collecting items in both Destinies. We should say he's collecting items from our Destiny universe, inclusive of Destiny 1 and 2. And it's always great to see people who are dedicated and hardworking. Pays off in Destiny 2 in particular. Many tasks and lengthy grinds provide us with great rewards. So definitely worth it.
Shoddy.
So Gregor was in possession of Destiny from 2013, but didn't always play and didn't get all of the exotics. Only have a couple of rare exotics. Can I ask, Gregor, which ones do you have? We can compare yours with what the three of us have, because I don't still have that Fatebringer, right? Fatebringer I did not get yet. I've got Black Spindle.
I don't think that's a exotic.
Fatebringer isn't an exotic.
No,
Okay.
it's legendary.
So what's the exotic on the hand cannons front? Hawk Moon.
Last word.
Last
Hawk
Word. Last Word is the one I was thinking of, but I kept mentioning Fatebringer.
Okay.
It's the Last Word that I do not have. And I think Imago Loop 4400 with all perks enabled is good enough for me. Much more effective than some other weapons, and you know, putting it into practice at all times. So quite curious to hear from Gregor what exotics he has. So I'm trying to think what I have.
Is everyone ready to leave?
No.
Okay.
Not yet.
Always an
Not yet.
interesting conversation, Guardian.
Nope. We'll be ready shortly.
Let's see something interesting.
Okay, there's this auto rifle that can go away. I don't want that. I'll tell you what exotics I've got real quick. I've got Touch of Malice. I've got Bullion Gemini, Red Death, Last Word, Lord of the Wolves, Furious Regime, Jade Rabbit, Gvostov, that funny gun, Necrochasm, which I actually got recently in one of the raids that we did. Fourth Horseman.
We can't hear very well for some reason. I think your mic's got muffled for some reason.
I've got a new pair of headphones.
No, suddenly the audio quality dropped. Sounds almost as if you were coming across. As you're operating in within the in-game sound, but suddenly it dropped. It was brilliant beforehand. Try again.
It could be the network. It could be the network.
It could be, yeah. No, I just thought I should mention it.
Yeah.
And then, what else do you have?
Oh yes, there's this. Got two stuff. There's Hereafter, Mitre Multi-Tool, No Time to Explain, Hard Light, Anguish of Tristan, and Zen Meteor. And I've got the swords, Boltcaster, etc. Sleeper Simulant and Thunderlord.
Raise Light, a Dark Drinker.
And
Yeah.
haven't even touched the armor yet. So,
Oh, that's
I'll
very
leave that
many.
just 'cause it's a bit long.
Well done. Flying Pirate is asking, what's the emblem you're inquiring about called? Do you know, Sikapupu? What's that one called? The emblem from Trials of Osiris.
One.
The one you're asking about the emblem, whether he has the one. But he's asking which one are you referring to?
I've seen it only twice in my time playing Destiny, so I might not remember it that well.
Yeah.
But I'm going to try to find it.
As you could hear, Flying Pirates, Sakabu can't actually remember what it's called, but it would have been an emblem that Trials of Osiris completion or participation would have given you.
I
So that-
think you get it from the book. One of the books at least.
Okay, so it should be in one of the
It
boxes.
might
Well.
be the by fire.
What's it called? By fire or fire fire?
Yup.
By fire.
Fire. Yup.
It's called By Fire. Flying Pirates. The emblem is called By Fire.
Okay, so what are we doing next? Because I'm going to go and collect some
Another
bounties.
quest.
Another quest? Okay.
Okay.
I'll just pick up some bounties. Is there going to be a strike at all?
No.
No? Okay.
I'll do the same. I
Is
forgot
everyone
to
ready?
do my bounties today. Just give us a second. And I need to see whether I
Okay.
completed about 2 or 3. Yeah, I did. So, reputation
I
up.
picked up a few Vanguard bounties.
With weapon. Orbs of light, Cabal Majors. 5 Majors. Okay. Alright. We were playing football early on. Did you see that, Tonzak?
Where is that soccer ball?
That
Somewhere around
That
here.
was funny.
Yeah.
Then, oh, here, found it. Okay, this is
Got
the
it.
one that I wanted to show you.
Oh, you did?
Daniel.
Oh, you found it? Okay.
Oh, come here,
Yep.
come here. No, 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 that's mine.
Mine.
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute, mate. Let me get him there.
Send the ball back to the Vanguard. No, I won't.
Where is the ball? Can't see nothing. Oh, there. Look at this.
Disruption resolved. We are reestablishing
Whoa.
signal.
Ah, close.
Do I see Pele in there? Sakapoop was doing some tricks
nowhere
in
near
there,
as good.
and it looked like
Oh, where'd it go? Oops.
that. Looked
What have
like
I done to
Pele.
the ball?
No, there's the ball. Sakapoop was keeping it. The joys of mischief, eh? The joys of mischief. Flying Pirate says, okay, thank you. I'll have a look in my collections now. Well, that sounds good.
Oh, wait,
By
what?
Fire. By Fire is the one. By Fire.
It just fell through the floor.
It disappeared. The ball's no
It
more.
fell through the steps. Nope, it's inside the steps if you can see it. Come here, look at this.
Transmissions to the reef resumed.
Oh, right. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, hang on.
Glitch.
No, no, no. We can get it. We can get it. We can get it. We can
I've
get it.
been
Okay.
instructed to tell you that all
Punch the ball.
Don't push.
continue to report
Don't push.
information
Don't
of
push.
our
Don't push.
oryx to the Vanguard.
Oh, we got it.
You're pushing.
Checking for packages.
You guys, let me get the
I
ball.
don't think we can get it out.
2 hours back.
I think
And
the
you
ball's...
just have to do it in a particular way. No, no, wait.
Okay,
Just
let Tonzak
don't push
handle
me.
it. Pele.
Okay, it's almost
There
out.
you are.
It's almost out. It's almost out. Come on, ball. Get out of the steps. There we go.
Oh, good.
New address. New address.
Well, I'll let the chaps get on with it, and I'll just have a cup of tea and enjoy the view.
What? You're not playing
Oh.
soccer?
Nah, got tired. Don't want to do nothing. Just want a minute of rest. A cup of tea and a biscuit. That's what I'm going to have.
I want a cup of tea and a biscuit.
That's it.
I got coffee and a biscuit.
I actually cut down on overtime. I drink
Oh,
overtime, and because I make it with milk, you know, I felt perhaps it was affecting my weight. And I really like overtime. It's really a healthy drink. loads of vitamins and minerals. But probably we'll have to go for Ovaltine, which is
Oh no.
with that chocolate ingredient.
Oh, don't.
So you've gone down there with the ball.
Oh, I can't.
Sikaboo was so eager. Everything.
Yep.
Yourself and the ball went into the abyss down to the city. But you know what? I'd really like if in Shadowkeep or the future chapters we were able to access the city and there'd be adventures in there. That'd be fabulous, wouldn't it? To have like a completely different map.
Yeah.
We explore the city and the city looks massive.
There's a there's a raid that's in the abandoned part of the city. The source of the past, sword of the past. I don't know.
And that is
I was about to say
in Destiny 2.
spoilers.
Okay.
Destiny
Yeah,
2.
Destiny 2. Spoilers.
Yeah.
Oh wow,
Yeah, but
we
it's not
want a
that
lot more
important
there.
because I don't know how to do it. One of my friends told me that it can be two-manned.
Really? Well, we can try it sometime.
Yep.
We can have a look maybe outside of my broadcast just to see
but
what
I don't
it's
think
like.
it can be two-manned that easily.
No, I don't think so. I think they really want
Yeah.
in Destiny 2 to be as community-based as possible. So, it would be
Yeah.
a six-man team.
There's a local
one-
flower over here. I just noticed it.
Could I just ask,
Well,
is
one
someone
problem that I
having
have
the
is that,
TV on? Because I can hear some background noise there, which is like massively amplified here on the broadcast. TV or radio or something, I think is on. Yeah, have a look. Because someone's mic is picking it up, we can hear it a lot on the broadcast.
Yeah,
Needs
I
to be
don't have
muted.
that right here.
They might be in Tonzak's area, so just mute it so that we
Yep.
don't hear any
Oh,
news or anything. Because these new mics, they really are very, very sensitive to pick up anything that's happening. And sometimes, if you have any noise, you can actually hear the noise better and louder to what you can hear the person is conversing. It's just really weird. And sometimes, if anybody comes in a room, then just all the noises can be heard and you can't hear the person you're talking to. It's really weird. I'm playing football, mate. I'm having a cup of tea.
I'm moving without moving my legs,
Yeah, how can I be? You're flying.
if you can't see.
Yeah.
I'm sliding through the ground.
Well, that I can't see. I can see you just doing some breakdancing, but otherwise I can't see the rest. I really like this outfit, I have to admit. That's the best outfit I had in Destiny altogether.
Oh, the football disappeared.
I've not touched it.
Nope,
Someone
I
else
was
must have
just about to kick it and it went out of my sight.
Someone must have
and,
stolen it.
It just sunk into the ground. Oh, it's here.
try to isolate the sound, so that should be better.
Okay. No,
Okay,
I'm just
so
saying
everyone
that.
ready?
I'm just saying that the latest generation of smartphones, has such sensitive mics that when you talk to somebody, if they are like in a room and other people pop in, you can hear those other people a lot more than the person who you're having conversations with. It's just the way they are, set up, and it makes you really wonder what kind of devices they are, because you can hear literally everything. People don't assume that you'll be able to hear, if they are like in a rear room. And sometimes when I talk to my family members, there's a person who's like in a completely different part of the house, and I can hear them as if they were literally using the handset. It's just really weird.
Yeah. I'm trying out these new headphones I mentioned before.
Yeah,
but I
yeah,
just
you
picked
said,
up
yeah.
a pair of Sony headphones. the mics are operating in a different way. They're actually positioned differently on the speaker set itself. Before they used to be near my mouth, and now I think they're on the opposite side. So,
Really? Can't you sort of turn it around?
no, well, it's built into the headset. So
Oh,
you
I
can't
see.
actually
Oh,
move
yeah,
any
yeah.
of the mics. It's inside the headset, and they've relocated the mics. So
Oh.
I'm gonna have to get used to it because I'm gonna have to figure
It's
out
a bit
how
odd though.
pair
It's
of
always useful to
headphones
have,
works.
you know, a proper mic, which in fact could be then detached or placed, you know, further away from somebody's face if one wants to be kind of dimming the sound. And
Well, I suppose the headphones work pretty well. The microphones work
yeah,
quite well on these headphones.
I think what it is, I've seen that with some other devices similar to mobile phones. Well, depends on the device, obviously. You have very sophisticated selection of settings, and then you have to be allocating how sensitive you want the mic to be. I had this on my laptop as well, and the difference was remarkable. It's like all different kinds of variations on how sensitive you want this mic to be. So you can make it like really sensitive, and it will pick up any kind of sound that's happening in your environment. Probably you're talking about up to 100 meters around you. And then the other is just confining the sound to that particular area. Yeah, yeah. And I've tried different options, and then
just enough to pick up.
No, I tried all the different options, and it's caused me lots of problems because you know, I didn't want anything else to be heard, and also the way I would be heard was significantly different depending on the option. So some of the options were presenting me as kind of far too loud, and then at other times I was too muffled, and neither way really worked well for me. And you know, well, they tried lots of different things, and depends on
shall we go to the mission?
Yes, we should. Yeah, if you want, let's just crack on.
Yeah.
Do some action.
Yep.
Well, your outfit is terrific. Was that you, Tonzak? That person in that red cloak, jumping next to me?
No.
Red, no. I'm wearing blue.
Yeah, it was another person that had really, really very good warlock outfit. Looked really impressive. And I quite like the one I built up for my hunter. And many people ask me, why are you wearing this all the time? Just because I like it. I mean, a creature of habit.
Yeah, that's a good enough reason.
Yeah, I'm a creature of habit. I just think that I hit like, you know, the top-notch mark with that. Yeah. That outfit is my honey, so I really want to keep it.
Yeah.
Okay, so because it's a patrol mission, and I don't care about those, I'm going to promote Daniel to fire team leader.
Okay. So what do we need to do in there? So just the patrol, right? We'll go to.
I have to kill two. I have to kill 3 taken lieutenants. So
3?
we can just. Yep.
Well, we go to Skywatch
6
then.
actually.
We go to Skywatch because.
No, we have to do it on Mars.
On Mars.
Yep.
Okay, right. So you need to kill one of each.
Okay. How many did you say? 3?
One. 3.
6. I have to kill 6 of the taken lieutenants.
So it's best if we go to the area where they respawn.
To steal my kills.
No.
We're just going to wait for an taken invasion.
So any lieutenants are left for Sekapupu. So no worries.
And then we can all kill or try to kill the
Can we kill
exotic
champions too?
dropper.
Which one?
Yeah. We can kill a champion as well.
Yeah,
we can try and kill a champion as well.
Just don't forget your 3 of coins as well. Put them on straight.
I have a great way to kill the champions. This rocket launcher actually does damage for some reason.
Which one is it? Truth?
No, it's the Hung of Corona and Fawn for some reason as well.
Oh, that's cool. That really worked well. It looked like I was one big engram that went into bits. No, I want to get
Okay.
another weapon.
I'll equip one as well. I don't have any on me.
I just whacked a rep booster on us, so we should get Vanguard reputation a bit more quickly than usual.
Whim of Rahul is what I'm using. So is that ampule in there with different respawns, different kinds of... Okay, Sekapupa, you lead the way, I'll follow you.
Okay, we're just going to search for any taken
Just hang around here,
presents.
yeah.
Alright, right.
Just collect as much ammo as you can.
Yeah.
Kill off as many people. Yeah, you kill off some enemies and collect as much ammo as you can because you're going to need it.
Yeah.
So at this point, we should be collecting as much ammo as we can get.
You see, with me, I always have loads of synths. About 150.
Oh, that's the time, yeah.
So,
it's just an extra, yeah, if you get yourself ready first, you don't waste time picking up synths.
Yeah.
You've only got 2 shots at it.
no, it's true, it's true. It's always more useful if you can just pick up everything which is lying on the ground.
We need to go back. Daniel,
We need to go back, yeah?
What happened? Whereabouts?
there's no taken.
Have we gone to the wrong area?
Oh, well,
where
they
should
usually
we-
pop around at this. Oh, you're going in the tunnel, aren't you? Okay. I'm coming.
Okay, so should we just search for the taken or wait for the taken?
No, I can look for
I
them.
mean, if you change from map to map, it's practically just the same as you waiting
No,
for
we
them.
go to that area where we usually get them. You know, the area where they keep respawning.
Over here. Not here, at the start. That's usually where you killed everything.
Well, how about I stay where I am, and you guys go where you want to go, and I'll let you know when I see something. Rush
Yep,
in.
same.
Okay. So if I see it in my map, I'll let you know, and if you see it on your map, just let me know.
Yeah.
And we'll swap ends. It covers more bases at the same time.
Can I jump on my sparrow? We can fly together on that one sparrow.
Just don't
I
spread
don't
too
think
far
that's
out.
how it works.
Yeah, just don't spread too far apart because it'll be. We have to bear in mind that we want to get there as quickly as we can.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
Okay,
close,
so Daniel,
close.
you can stay here. You just keep an eye on the left corner. And when it says taken is doing something, you just say it.
We're in here. No, but that's the wrong area. We should go to the area where we usually, you know, the one where you get access
Yeah,
to
but
tunnels.
you, I'm going to, and you can stay here, so it's a really effective
Okay.
tactic.
Okay.
Yep.
But if I kill them, they will not register for you, right?
Nope.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to wait for me and
Yeah, no
one
problem.
answer. My sparrow is so fast, it breaks every time.
Well, that's pretty good.
And I have to summon a new.
Devil's Dawn is terrific, I have to say. 4400. Such a good sniper.
Okay, I'm here now. And I'm waiting.
Don't know whether you guys play the
Just
other
gotta
sniper
check
games,
what the
but
details are.
very, very keen on the use of sniper overall.
Okay, I've not used sniper that much.
Yeah, when you do PUBG, for instance, sniper is very useful. And what's the other game called? I played it a lot. Sniper.
Elite
Sniper
or
Elite,
something
yeah.
else.
That's the one. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have that game, but I like it. I
No,
still like
a very good game, and
Yep.
I accessed all three on PlayStation Now services. You know.
Yeah, it's a shame I couldn't do the same because I didn't. Yeah.
Are PlayStation Now services available in Finland? Can you access them or not?
Probably.
Yeah, I think they introduced them recently. It was last year that they've given it to Germany, Sweden, Denmark, Finland, and to the Nordic countries. And really, honestly, if you can subscribe, absolutely subscribe, because for that monthly subscription, and buy like your annual subscription, and then you'll have 50% discount. You're paying about £60 a year, and you can access 700 games, and you can literally just do it anywhere you want. Do you know what I mean? Anywhere.
Yeah.
And it's the best possible way of trying out games that you didn't want to buy, and then maybe later you'll buy them. You know. And oh, there's one in here. They come back in here if you want. There's one lieutenant. He arrived. He is tortured centurion. Is he one of those?
Oh,
yellow
please
bar?
don't do anything to it. Please say that there's no blueberries.
No, I'll just literally, I'll be walking.
No, is there any blueberries there? By the way, I said that you're going to have to wait for any taken to appear.
Yeah, they've just appeared.
Okay.
Yeah, there's taken here.
Matt is here. Hello, Matty. How are you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for watching our broadcast.
Yep, there's a lieutenant right where I am.
Oh god. This is hard.
Thank you for watching our broadcast and being here with us, with our community. Thank you for being a member. I'm very well, Matty. I'm enjoying my gameplay with two of our friends here, Sikapupu and Tomzak. Sikapupu is in Finland, Tomzak in Australia. We are a truly global team. I'm in London, UK.
There's two lieutenants here. Oh, you better get your butt over here.
Well, we have some of them here as well, so I think Sikapupu
just said
one and another.
Yep, where's the third one?
I'll go find it since you've got those two under control.
Just wait a minute, Sikapupu, they're respawning, so there'll be a champion popping up
There's
in
a
here
third
as well.
one upstairs. There's a third one upstairs. Okay. And someone's engaging him. He's almost dead.
No!
Gone. Right.
Where? No.
Just want to say to Matty, we are here every single day between 10 AM and 5 PM British Standard Time for UK time in plain English.
The champion's not here. He's over at the back.
Doing Destiny 1. I also stream Destiny 2 Forsaken on some evenings.
You're not going to do anything that far back. Come on, dude.
And I just remembered I forgot something really important.
You do have some other people in there who might be stealing your kills. Did you see that? There's some other people who are also doing patrolling and they're after the kills. Well, 2 of them I can see now. 3 maybe. They've come to my area.
I've got some... Thank you for...
So should I stay there or do I go to your area? What do you want to do?
Come over here. The lieutenant, the boss is here, up here.
The lieutenant's up there?
No, the boss.
Oh, the boss? Yeah. Well, yeah, of course.
Where I am is a bit dangerous, so I'm going to move.
Okay. Someone has a
I'll tether him.
probably. Please say it's better.
Okay, he's tethered.
Oh, you're kidding me.
And I was killed instantly for some reason, don't know why. Oh, I know why.
No, how?
Well, he is causing that massive earthquake, you know, by stumping. And that's what's causing all the problems.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh yeah, there's one. Yeah, you can see it. I got it.
Wait, where's my exotic gone? I didn't...
No,
wait,
here.
what?
It was here where I'm standing.
Yeah, but I don't see
You-
an exotic.
Daniel got it. Daniel just got it. It's just,
Yeah, I picked
it's
it up, but
random.
isn't that exotic available for everyone?
No, it's only available for you, whoever sees it. So if you saw it, you got it. I haven't seen it, so I didn't get one.
I
Okay,
literally
so
raced
let's,
towards it. I raced towards it and it was gone. I picked it up. Hang on, were you doing this
What?
quest in order to get this exotic?
Nope.
No, just put 3 of coins. But the
Okay,
thing
okay.
is, it's random. It's random per player.
No, that's
If you
fine
see
because
it,
I
you
didn't
pick
want to
it
be a
up.
thief.
No, you won't. You won't be a thief. No, there's no such thing as that. Which
Okay.
is fortunate.
Okay, I'm relieved.
So yeah,
Catch your
it's per
thief!
player.
Catch your
So-
thief! Bang him up!
No, all good, all good. See if we can find another pair of lieutenants.
Yeah.
Or 3.
No, I'm following someone else actually. Where did you go? I've gone with... Because there were so many people
I'm over
in
at
there.
Hollows,
There were many people in here.
and second people is now beyond me now. He's gone beyond the Hollows.
So how many lieutenants do you have so far? 1 or 2?
I haven't checked yet. It's around 2.
Okay.
Second people, you might want to come back actually,
Why?
because taking a doing.
Wait, what? So fast?
Over at the Barrens. Yeah, over at the Barrens. Let me see.
Yeah, I'm in the Barrens as well.
Yeah, I'm over where Daniel is at the moment,
Wait a minute, where are you now?
but I
can't
don't
you.
see any taken anymore. I'm behind. Oh, here you
Are
go.
you up here, yeah? No, they'll respawn in
they're
here,
taken.
right? They keep respawning in here frequently, so... No big deal, really.
I just saw a taken blight and everything despawned inside of it.
Yeah, I just saw it as well, so then maybe that's what we both saw.
I'm going to go into this area now to see.
Yeah, I was going to suggest there's another area we could go to, and you're heading that way.
Okay.
Okay, let me just find Tonzak. Where'd you go?
Oh, there's a incoming.
Just you.
There was taken here, but now they're away because there's a public event.
Oh,
No, they're all
okay.
gone to the other.
We better deal with the public event then,
Yeah, where's this event? I can't see
because
it.
otherwise, eliminate the target. Oh, gladly.
Oh, there. Yeah, that's gonna be easy.
Yeah.
Mind you, this event is sometimes glitched on Mars, and then the target keeps disappearing rapidly. You can't really catch up with them, you know. Sometimes. I've done it many times.
Okay.
That whim of
By the
rapport
way,
is pretty cool.
when I was doing some some treasure hunting yesterday, I got this new ornament for the
Oh yeah?
fauna. Rose of Corruption.
Yeah, I think I've seen that one before.
Okay.
Is it me, or are there more players on D1 nowadays?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so too. I think there are actually more players on D1
Yeah,
this time around.
Once I
There is a reason for that.
before I joined you, Daniel,
Mm-hmm.
there were 5 level 7s and around that area players doing some things in the patrol area on Earth.
Level 7.
Yeah,
Yeah, there's
Cosmos
new
Patrol.
people all working on the new character.
Yeah.
But I tell you, there's a reason for that. Bungie are asking for everyone to revisit Destiny 1, and this is as the was doing our story missions in a chronological order, because they want people to be more familiar with the story, as the new content in Destiny 2 is going to be entirely RPG based. So they change direction, they're really going to be sort of heavily RPG'd. And also they're bringing in characters from Destiny 1 to the new chapter. And lots of people would have been reading about Destiny 1, you know, through online forums and social networking, and they picked up on this. But I was actually surprised, just to sort of after what you said, until a couple of weeks ago, there were about 150,000 people doing the Crucible, but at the moment they're exceeding 500,000, 500,000, you know? So there is definitely an influx of players coming in, and you know, wanted to find out more about Destiny 1. And also don't forget, many people...
Crucible activities then, eh?
Well, the Crucible, you know, for people who play Gambit, and for people who kind of liked activities in Destiny 2, is going to be a discovery. And what I want to say, don't forget that many people finished all the tasks, all the major tasks in Season of Opulence, and they're waiting for Shadowkeep. So it means they kind of freed up from that, and they are having a refresher, or you know, a revisit. So that is what certainly the reason is. As long as you got seasons coming up with new content at all times, and when people are doing it for the first time, then everyone is going to be there. And people got to like Destiny 2 after all of that additional content. You know, we've had many of our friends here who said, "Well, we are not really going to be playing Destiny 2," and after, you know, joining the first season of the Law, then they really liked it. They enjoyed the additional content, and they basically became less frosty. And I completely agree. I think Destiny 2 is an amazing game. So many different... But there's one thing they need to resolve. Glitches. Glitches are still severe.
I think there's another thing they need to resolve.
Yeah. You know, I was
actually have... I'm a bit stuck on this one. Circle Pooper is taking a kill again.
I'll let Zavala know it's done.
So they get some reputation, because like I've got a booster happening, so I figured I've got some bounties, missions to do. That'll help us with the Vanguard.
What were you going to say about Destiny 2, Tonzak?
I actually thought that there were some odd things about Destiny 2. One thing that kind of I'm a bit apprehensive about. The direction is probably not as good in Destiny 2 than it was in Destiny 1. First of all, the characters, the non-player characters, often look different from one scene to the next, and it's probably because of production quality. Sometimes the characters look like they've been rendered by different artists.
Which is likely, yeah.
In a way, yeah, in a way, it'd be good if they could keep the art consistent, but you know, sometimes that's not possible, and I can understand all that. The second problem with Destiny is there are some technical issues with regards to how people speak at the tower and at other places.
Yeah.
That sort of thing doesn't happen in D1. D1, I think, better engineered in relation to non-player characters again. So I'm just finding these little things that nag me about D2 from time to time.
Well, I can certainly tell you that it feels like Destiny 1 is more of a complete game due to the fact that you know, they finished all the content, they're not expanding, it's not a constantly evolving world at the moment, and that itself makes all the difference, because Destiny 2 has a lot of content and they are working on it, and some of these things are interfering. But coming back to what you said about the design of various characters, I find it to be a great problem for me visually, because the planets are differently designed. You will come to areas which have been imported from Destiny 1, and there is a lot of attention given to detail. They're meticulous. And then you come to Mercury and it looks like concept art. There's no detail at all.
Yeah.
And I think it has to be delivered.
Mercury's rather scarce.
Yeah. And when you look
Actually,
at, for
one thing I
instance,
do like about Mercury is the idea of what was it, the Infinite Forest? I reckon that is a fantastic idea. So
Which one?
there are some good things about Mercury. The Infinite Forest. If you actually do some quests and stories, you go beyond Mars and go into the Triangular Gate.
yeah,
Into the Infinite Forest. And there are
Infinite
some,
Forest, yeah.
activities that you can do in the Infinite Forest, which are actually quite interesting, I thought.
Yes, I agree. But
If they could expand.
But don't forget, it is when you are walking around the planet, all that you see is inconsistent. You know, it doesn't have the same standards applied everywhere, just like what you said about NPCs. And this is a significant problem. It does not happen in Destiny 1. Wherever you go, when you look around here, it's the same quality graphics, and it's the same quality detail, which can be seen anywhere. And I think Mercury probably the merger of maybe 3 or 4 different companies doing different bits, and then you have one area which looks like concept art. You have another, like Infinite Forest, which is amazing. And that I don't like, in addition to the fact that everything is very bright. You have taken, for instance, throwing things at you, and you get like flashes, and the screen goes completely white, as if you were blinded. What really disturbs me the most is basically...
Sometimes do notice these quality issues.
Yeah, the biggest problem I had so far, and it is consistently present, it is also present on the DLCs. I just completed Warmind the other day. Let's say you come to this area, right? And then suddenly there's nothing happening. There are no enemies, there's no activity, and you think you're looking for something. So you keep walking, and actually it's a glitch. And you spend 20 minutes, half an hour looking for something, you can't find it, and then you figure, actually, this is a glitch. So you restart the mission, go back to orbit, and then once you come back, it's extremely busy. And that is what happens all the time, right? All the time. And I hate that, because it is really causing problems for people who were not there before, i.e. doing the first gameplay. Unless you're doing it like myself in a live broadcast, you will not know. And you know, your community members tell you this is a glitch, just go back and reload. But I got to know this after it occurred a few times, and then every single time when I feel after 10 minutes that nothing's happening, I restart the whole thing, and then it's sorted. And that is ridiculous, honestly. You know, the game's been around for what, 3 years? It should not be happening. And it's very severe. It's very severe.
Yeah.
And when I started playing Destiny 2 Forsaken initially, the Year 1 edition, the first glitch was right at the beginning. You know, the big battle at the tower. And then you need to go to Bazaar, and then you need to talk to Ikora. You come to Bazaar, there's nobody in there. And I kept looking for Ikora. I thought because of the battle, she might have been hidden. And I kept walking and walking and walking. Unfortunately, one of my community members at about 15 minutes said, hang on a minute, this is a glitch. Everybody should be there, and there's just like no characters. That is unacceptable. That needs to be resolved.
Yeah, definitely. It is off-putting when the game doesn't seem to work the way you expect, and it's obvious. It really does put you off.
But it's also about the time you spend in certain areas, because it is all about exploring and advancing, and you're stuck in an area which is providing you no exploration and no advancement at all, right? Because it's a glitch. So I think that really should have been resolved already, and I'm not sure as to why it's happening. Maybe it's not happening on other platforms, but it's happening here on PlayStation. And that really, for me, is probably the biggest concern that I would have had in Destiny 2 altogether. Everything else is minor. Once you get used to your director the new pursuits section and how you really kind of collect things, it all works fine. And in fact it is more advanced and more sophisticated what we have here. We keep shaders, we keep modifiers, we get perks automatically, so it makes the actual game a lot more streamlined. And I quite like that. I think it really works really well. Plus the the quantity of content, it's massive. As you progress in the game, there's always a lot more to do, and I realized also that with the quests in Destiny 2, you get, for instance, a quest like I picked up the other day. Zavala is asking me to do everything in Vanguard, in full Vanguard armor, and I have just helmet. So I'm gonna spend months really looking for those bits, and I can't complete the quest without everything being in place. And that's very good for people who are your true completionists and people who really like doing these sorts of things. On the other hand, if you don't want it, you have other options. Loads of other things you can do. You can do escalation protocol, you can do public events, you can carry on with other DLC content. The other thing that needs to enable is replay.
By the way, Daniel.
Yeah.
I have a suggestion to you. It'll probably be the wisest move.
Yeah.
Where you are at. You don't do the full Vanguard armor if you have the full armor thing ready to do it. You should do it once you're high light level, and you can't get higher level blue engrams. Then you'll need to do it.
To do that, yeah. I thought of doing that exactly the same because initially I thought quests given after the completion of Curse of Osiris and Moormind would be aligned with those DLCs, but they're not. They're quite separate. So, I thought it's something which is tied in with the story missions, one way or the other. And therefore I thought perhaps this is a priority. But definitely it isn't. And such tasks are similar to doing the noble deeds in the Plaguelands. And you leave them for a later date, and you'll do them once you are powerful enough to be racing. I think that's what I'll do in Destiny 2 Forsaken. There are lots of other quests that I can do.
I've completed the quest now. I have to go to Zavala probably.
Okay, we'll go to the tower, yeah?
Yep, speak to Zavala.
You guys ready? Can we go to the tower? You good?
I'm ready at least.
Okay, we'll go.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, you can pull me out.
Because if there is one thing that I really like about Destiny 2 Forsaken, it's the quantity of tasks. There are so many things that we can do in there, and I find that to be really amazing. So.
You know what I really like about Destiny 2? I may have mentioned this before, but I like playing the public events. I also like the Lost Sectors.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Lost Sectors are really good.
I don't play Lost Sectors because I don't care about those, but I should do more of those. I just do public events.
I think I've done some Lost Sectors, but what happens in there? Just remind me, please.
Well, okay. Lost Sectors were actually useful when you were doing faction events. The Lost Sectors would be used to hold treasure, and when you go over to a Lost Sector and defeat the champion there, it would earn you some reputation with the faction, whether it was Dead Orbit or New Monarchy. Unfortunately, they only did it on certain seasons, and otherwise, if the faction rallies are not running, the Lost Sectors are just there for you to defeat the champions. I really enjoyed it when they had the faction rallies. I thought that was really, really fun. It also altered the way Destiny 2 ran a bit, because you had to be very careful with your light. It was easy to lose and difficult to get back. And there was also these orbs of light that you had to pick up in order to restore your light level.
Yeah.
So it kind of slightly changed the way your character played. And I actually like that better. I found that to be a very interesting twist to the game. I thought that was fun. So, I wish they'd bring it back. They haven't had it for a while.
Mm.
Yep.
Yeah, it seems like they've forgotten about the factions.
Well, they're evolving, you know, they're changing direction according to what community asked them to do, and there's a lot of new interesting content, and the reason they've not allowed people to be replaying the old missions is certainly to streamline everyone towards the DLC and whatever is coming out in the seasons, the annual pass, you name it, whatever is happening next, like Shadowkeep. So that's the idea behind it. So far, so good, really. I'm really looking forward to crack on with Forsaken, which I will do probably today or tomorrow, and then...
I think this is going to be the last one for this quest.
Okay. And then what I'll do... Let me just finish.
Quest.
Let me just finish.
Mission, I mean.
What I look forward to is entering the seasons and exploring the content in there, because as I've not completed everything else, I still can't access the seasons, you know. And Forsaken will be the next stop, and I'm quite pleased with progression on the power levels as well. I managed to get I think 420 during the base game, which seemed quite extensive compared to the fact that year one would give you like 3 or 5.
You would not believe what my Titan is up to. My Titan is now more powerful than the other two characters that I started at the start of Destiny 2.
Really?
And my Titan, I've only been playing my Titan for 2 weeks.
And what's the light level that you
have?
have?
Changed the leveling system completely. 580, I believe.
Yeah, that's due to those recent updates, I think, because previously it'd be grinding for a long while.
My characters are 300, but my Titan's 715.
Yeah.
Or 20.
It's like, okay, my Titan is 571, and my Warlock is 550, and I started my Warlock and my Hunter when D2 came out, and my Hunter is 558. So my Titan did in 2 weeks what my other two characters did in about a year.
Yeah.
Okay.
You'll get some rest.
You got that bundle.
The leveling system has changed. Partly because it has changed a lot, because the top level now is 750 or 760 or something. I'm not sure.
750. Yeah.
But at the same, yeah. And when I started playing D2, the highest level was, I think, I can't remember if it was 500 or 600. I'm not sure. But, yeah, 620, 630, I think. I vaguely remember anymore. It's that far distant. But, yeah, it's, my Titan has been doing quite amazing progress. And mind you, I haven't finished the first story yet. I still have things to do on before I get to Mercury.
Yeah.
I still have
so the story missions are still not fully completed. Yeah. But what I want to tell you is
nowhere near completed. I'm amazed at why why the economics of the game have changed so much.
Well, that was
one of the reasons, obviously.
No, that was absolutely connected to the community members.
They wanted to speed up the progression for players starting off. So, yeah, it's amazing. I'm just amazed.
Now, I can tell you that there is a monetary reason in that as well. If you're considering the old way of progression, it will take a lot longer for people to reach certain levels, and therefore perhaps feel driven to purchase the DLC or the annual pass. And if you're leveling up quicker, you'll come to the level where you can just simply, or you'll need it. So it's that sort of thinking, obviously aligned to what the community members said, that the progression was far too slow. People wanted, on one hand, to be leveling up faster, on the other hand, to be having fewer, lengthier grinds in the seasons. So they were tweaking everything, and the changes are quite phenomenal. But at the end of the day, as the game is progressing, it will be adjusted, and I think that's very good, because if you are, the vast majority of Destiny gamers will play everything on one character, and then in due course they will try the second character, you know. And you want people, when they're coming in on the second or third character, to have as much variety as possible, and for them to experience the content perhaps through a different pair of eyes. So different ways to which you can do that. And one of them is you make sure that you can import all the weapons, so it can be very, very powerful very early, because you'll be tackling the enemies with ease, and particularly in view of the fact that they introduced so many new enemies in open world areas and, you know, with public events. So that's going to be very, very different. And then the other is obviously leveling up, you know. Or if you have a spark of light, you can level from whatever 1 to about 40 or whatever the levels are there. And then again, you can use all those advanced weapons. The only one thing that's still a bit dicey, I'm not sure whether you agree with me, is the inventory. Because initially it was blue weapons, and then the high level would be legendary, and then the top level would be exotic. But at the moment, we are picking up all sorts as we are progressing. So you can have several exotics, which are, let's say, 120, 140, 150, and you're picking up blue weapons level 560, 590, and those are more powerful than your exotics. And that will be reworked in due course, I think. It's just the collateral of how the game is progressing at the moment. But, you know, I think it's enjoyable. Also, what I do appreciate is a greater variety. I think Destiny 2 at the moment, within that complete edition concept, is providing us with much greater variety of what to do and how to do it to what we have here. So it's been really developed well. And I'm quite certain that lots of our friends here, perhaps not as fully aware of that diversity, had they not gone to the seasonal content and the complete edition. And I was really quite the difference. Your director looks different, there are more planets, there's a lot of mainstream content everywhere, and even patrolling and strolling is making it a lot more exciting overall compared to the past. I remember the year 1 game was pedestrian. You could just walk through planets, there's hardly anything happening, the enemies were very easy to kill. And there was a lot of, well, there was obviously an expansion on RPG content. The NPC characters were talking a lot, they walked around, and that is definitely the way the game is going to be progressing towards. There'll be RPG, you know, content massively enhanced, and they said that they want the next chapter, Shadowkeep, to be the main bridge between the two worlds, Destiny 1 and 2, and they want a lot more emphasis on the story. So in fact, they are migrating it towards Mass Effect type of universe, you know, which is going to be maybe not played in a linear fashion, but there'll be many more cutscenes, perhaps some dialogue, and it'll be easier to put those pieces together. Because Sekapupa and me played last week lots of story missions, but at the end of the day, I was nowhere, you know, near. Actually, I wasn't clearer in my mind on the story overall. Just bear with me a second. Odys Dog is here. Odys Dog, hello, how are you doing? Thanks very much for popping in and saying hello. Also, thank you for being a member of our community watching my broadcast, as well as Samurai. Samurai is here as well. Hello, Samurai, how are you doing? Thank you for joining us today. Thank you for being a member of our community. Odys Dog was asking, what even is there to do in Destiny 1 now? Well, there's always something to do. And as this is a community-based channel, we do things together with our community members. We most frequently play this game live online, you know, for up to 6 hours a day. And you always find something to do. If you feel that you completed absolutely everything, then you can obviously team up with your mate, and you can work on another character. You can look at the tasks. You can promote them into a team leader, which is what we were doing today. And it becomes a very enjoyable, everlasting activity.
Daniel,
Yeah?
you can promote me to leader if everyone's ready to do the mission.
Yeah, we'll do
Yeah.
that in a minute. Just bear with me. I'm
Okay.
talking to the community members first, so then we'll proceed with the mission. And basically, as we are doing it always with our community members, we have always something to do. There are always some extra tasks, and you know, the actual activity here becomes infinite. We are both collectors and completionists, and we like playing the game on different characters. As you could see, all three of us have 4400 on all three characters. In fact, my friends Sekapupu
Wow.
and Tonzak did play the game a lot longer than me. I joined our Destiny universe last year, so I've been spending a lot less time in Destiny universe. But thanks to my community members, the valued input, all the conversations we had and everything else we did, I progressed rapidly on all 3 characters. They helped me literally every step of the way. And if you were to ask me how to play Destiny, I would tell you almost exclusively on Twitch in a live broadcast with your community, because that becomes a terrific experience. Honestly, I've played lots of games in the past. I've done multiplayers. I've been on various teams, and I've never had a better experience than what we had here during the last year. It's been extraordinary. So that's my recommendation. Samurai says, is Destiny like Overwatch or different, and can you play with friends like online? Absolutely, Samurai. Destiny is a proper community multiplayer, massive multiplayer online game, MMO as they call it, and it's one of the best games which is based on community input, because you do not have any guides, you do not have any tutorials, like in-game tutorials, anything like this. You need to learn everything through gameplay and by talking to other community members. So that is just definitely the very best game that you can have if you want to build your community. And as you could see on this channel, we have a massive community that's been built in no time, because people love Destiny and they like teaming up together and doing obviously activity live online and live broadcasts. So absolutely, I would say yes, that is it. That is exactly how this game is, and many more brilliant activities to come our way as the new chapter unravels in September. The new chapter is going to be Shadowkeep. So if you're considering whether to buy Destiny, I would say yes, buy Destiny and purchase Destiny the Collection. Remember that, it's very important. Purchase Destiny the Collection. Anything and everything ever released and created for Destiny 1 is basically on that disc, and then you can access every area, you can play anything with everyone, and you can level up and reach 4400. So very important to buy that one. Don't get any other legendary editions, because you'll have content missing, you'll spend more money unnecessarily. Alright my friends, sorry I interrupted you, but I have to really spend my time also with our community members and people asking questions and all this. And we had a busy day today with our community. Sekapupu and Donzak, you were going to say something and I interrupted you.
No, it's okay. I was simply going to say the reason why I like playing D1 is because my network supports it for the moment. D2 is actually a struggle for me because the network's not good enough.
Oh, really?
My end. Yeah. Notably, D2 requires a bit more network bandwidth than D1 does. And there are times when I struggle with D2 just to actually play the game. So there are times when I fall back to D1 because the network's being pecky at me.
Is it lagging, or what's happening then?
Yeah, it lags quite drastically, and sometimes there's always the message connecting to Destiny 2 servers, and sometimes coming out with a baboon error.
I see.
So it's not very good. There's not much I can do about that, I'm afraid.
Well, that's the trouble with technology, I'm afraid, and the new games will be having they'll be more taxing for the system. I've just seen the update they released for Apex is, I think, 30 or 32 gigs for anyone who's playing it on the PC, and for PlayStation it's about 16, 17 gigs. It's just an update. So the whole game is massive, and they said that Cyberpunk, one of the most hotly anticipated games of this year, of this decade in fact, is going to be about between 100 and 120 gigs. So, people will have concerns, and the only way to resolve this, if you're doing gaming on any platform inclusive of your PC, is by purchasing a largest possible external hard drive and then keeping your installed games there, because evidently if you were to be doing Destiny and Cyberpunk and Elder Scrolls, guess what, even if you are on PlayStation Pro with 1 terabyte of hard drive, it's going to be full after those 3 games are installed. And that's just the only way forward at the moment. But Microsoft are pursuing the direction which is going to be saving everything online. So that is the future. Once they release their new Xbox console, they will be focusing on less physical product input and more of that server kind of containment. And also the new Xbox will be both your console and your personal server. You'll be able to access the information that you have on it from wherever you are. So if, for instance, you were, let's say like myself, from UK, and you go to some other country, let's say you go to Australia, what you'll be able to do is you'll be able to access your information through Microsoft service, which you probably paid for as well. It probably will be a subscription, and you'll be able to use any Xbox anywhere, which means you will not have to carry your games with you or your console, and that will be of a tremendous advantage.
Oh no, not there.
So
think
that
the ball's
indeed
stuck
is
now.
going to be the next step, and that's the way things are progressing. All right, so I'm ready. So let's see. Sekapupu was asking us to turn him back into the team leader, right, Sekapupu?
Yep.
I'll promote you to our team leader here. Did I do that or not? No, I think I made a mistake.
Yep, you did it.
No, I made a mistake. Just bear with me. Well, I did. Yeah, you have become now our team leader, right? I thought I did not complete the promotion for some reason, but actually I was mistaken.
Well, when we go to orbit, we can actually do the team leader change there. Sekapupu's team leader right now.
Yeah. Sekapupu is our team leader. It worked. I thought I didn't complete it. I thought I detached too early. Fear's Embrace. So that's the last step. Fleet-based chorus.
I hope it's the last step.
Well, we'll see. As these are kind of story missions, then we'll be able to do them quite quickly. And we'll carry on. We still have about 50 minutes here on my broadcast. Hope you guys are enjoying all of our discussions and activities. We had a very, very busy community morning.
We believe now it was a trial. The first full-scale use of taken power in the system. The Warlocks see it as a place of power. The Echo must as well.
I see this Echo as a strategist. It moved to capture the Black Garden, now a push on Phobos. End it, Guardian.
I'm switching guns.
Okay, we are not going to wait for you.
No, don't wait for me.
Okay, good.
Don't need to wait for me. No, just keep going.
No, we don't have to race. We do it, in a team. The trouble sometimes with the strikes is when you do it with randomly selected players is that they race, and for anyone who's watching a broadcast, racing is a non-starter. People want to see action, they want to learn.
Know that you're streaming. Maybe that's one of the factors.
Yeah, but also if you think about it, let's say you join a team and other people are racing, it's completely inconsiderate.
Yeah.
It's just completely a non-team spirit. A team means people need to stick together, and it doesn't matter whether it's in broadcast or elsewhere. And you can tell straight away from the way people play what kind of characters they are,
Oh, behind you, Tana.
Oh, where do we go? Across, do we? Oh, like this way?
Where?
Yeah,
It's scary.
this way. Yeah.
Yep.
Boom! I went into the abyss. Wasn't jumping high enough.
I heard you said awesome. It's actually say awesome.
Okay.
From falling.
Oh, did we get across or not yet? We didn't.
I didn't.
No, I'm not sure whether I can jump fast enough.
Up where I am. Up where I am. If you can see me. Oh.
You should do this. You should go here.
Yeah.
Go here.
Jump onto this ship here.
Go
And
over
then
here
make your
and
way
then
up.
just don't spam jump. just jump from there.
No, I don't see where. Hang on.
There, just you just jump from there to here.
Yeah, just
Oh well, you
No,
left.
no, hang on.
You
I'm
let
no,
yourself
no.
fall.
I've got a different line of sight where I am because I'm very far away from the screen. So for me,
Okay.
this is all very
Yeah,
black.
just stand here. Here, stand over here.
yeah, you need the height, so you need to stand where Sukapuku is, and then you can double jump over to the other platform. That's it.
Oh, good.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Yep. So now make your way to the ship, and you'll be climbing
I don't know why it was so dark in there. You know.
from here.
It was the taken stuff. The fog. Rodriguez
Alrighty,
has
dude.
taken fog. What?
Come up here. Daniel needs to come up a bit. That's
Yeah.
it. Cool.
No, whenever we get these blights, the actual display here is too dark, so I can't see any details. It's all black and dark.
Back. This war against the Taken began here. Let's end it here.
So in theory, I should just brighten up, but I don't like. Excuse me, I don't like fiddling with my settings because they're like perfect for my stream, you know. And then
Yep.
if you keep fiddling,
Okay.
then you lose resolution and everything. Like keeping it on, fully standard settings.
Ah,
There's a witch here.
Yeah, gone.
You missed. Okay, let me get the switch.
Where was the witch? Because I did eliminate one of them. Oh, this one. Okay.
Yeah, there's one here. Ah, you got him before the bomb blew. Okay, cool.
One of those was eliminated earlier, but this was probably the second or the third witch. You guys played The Witcher
That was
at
a
all?
minor.
Have you played The Witcher?
No, I haven't.
Nope.
No,
A really good game as
I haven't
well.
given it a go.
Oh,
I heard
really,
it was
yeah.
good,
Yeah.
but I haven't given it a go.
The third one's the best, but and it's accessible on PlayStation
Guardian,
4.
this room is crawling with blight.
But it's the best playing
And
the
I'm
trilogy,
detecting
you know.
poison gas in the vents. Oh, and the Cabal flame jets are primed to fire. So, yes, you got this. You.
My
Okay,
feather
let's
didn't
take
last
down
so long.
snipers.
My feather didn't last long.
Okay, we need to watch for snipers. Let's just take down as many snipers as we can.
Yeah, I can't see any. Where are they? Do you see any snipers still?
Well, I shot 2 already, so...
No, I don't see any up there.
I think... Ah, yeah. Pursue the echo. Here we go. We're about to start the event. Here we go.
Pursue the echo.
sounds like fun.
Hyperfamiliation magazine.
Where's the echo?
Yeah, he keeps disappearing.
It just... Oh. He's outside of the map again.
Is he? And I'm burning.
Same.
Watch for vents above your head.
Okay, I'm not. Because I can't.
Yeah, one has to be running close to the edge.
Oh, he's back.
Where is he? I didn't see him.
I hope I don't die. I hope I don't die. Come on. Okay.
Wait, what? What?
Did I-
Oh,
No, that is the flames that killed you.
she's back again.
Acolyte,
believe
Wait,
it.
how?
Acolyte killed me.
Oh, Acolyte, sorry. Level 1. No.
Careful,
God,
careful, careful with
9
flames,
seconds.
flames.
Oh.
Flames killed you. I think. Because you were burning and
Yep.
then the Acolyte got you. Never mind.
What annoyed me was that I had no ammo.
Oh
I
no.
ran out of ammo. 0 ammo. Okay, let's do this properly.
Yeah.
Magazine!
Get rid of it.
Careful with the flames.
Oh no, not again! Oh,
It's the flames, right? Yeah.
I'm down.
No, I'm coming.
I got 22 seconds, so you won't be able to res me yet. Oh,
This is in the.
my mistake.
This is not a nightfall.
What's killing me?
Is the Centurion over here? Or him?
Yeah, it
in a
must
car?
have been.
Watch for the red lines on the ground too, because they will indicate that you're about to get bombed.
Yep, I know.
You know what I'll do is I'll...
That happened a couple of times in the previous
my
mission.
Galahorn on.
I can't see.
Watch out.
Yeah, too slow. Just changing my inventory. Trouble.
He's back. No! No, no.
Got him with my Galahorn.
Oh.
Gun. Galahorn did the job.
Your first mission to Phobos
I'm
ended
under
with
the
a flight
sea.
of freedom. Now, you leave that moon with a
some
decisive
reason.
victory over the Taken.
Galahorn's the best in this mission. We were
That
doing it the other
deserved
day.
it. That deserved it. That deserved it.
Guardian down.
Galahorn does it. Galahorn does it. And that's what it was.
Okay.
So, back to tower or you need to speak to Cade or?
I do not know.
What does the quest say?
I think it's Cade.
Oh, I caught her.
Yeah.
Ah,
It's Zavala.
Okay.
that's Chapter Zavala.
That's right. Zavala is our man.
I tell you what, it's very different. This pair of headphones, the controls are in different places and everything.
Yeah, that's troubling with those inbuilt mics. Well, generally for broadcasting they'll recommend having a standalone mic which is of very high quality and very expensive and all this. But I really have to say I didn't find too many difficulties with the Sony headset that I have. The only thing is that it sort of mods my voice a bit. It does sound a bit different to the way it is in real life. Very clear. The actual detection is as it should be, so there's no muffled sounds or anything like that. I guess people like standalone mics because they can be.
Where the controls are.
And people like using those touchpads, which are tweaking, their voice and everything, and it's a bit more sophisticated. But what's important for any broadcast is for people to be able to hear clearly what somebody's saying and understand everything at all times. That's most important. There isn't any other reason that I would see it to be of concern or any form of interference. And I can't see. I mean, put it this way. I can't justify the expense if I compare what I get on my handset, which is high quality, with, let's say, a mic that costs like £700-800. I don't see any major differences. This may be the case for people who are using PC headsets or perhaps some other interferences, but the bottom line is you want to hear people as clearly as possible, and that's what it is. And if it's as clear as possible, then nothing else matters, really. Also, the other important thing is that when people have their webcam live on the broadcast, they don't want to see all the kit that they're having, and they're using affiliate schemes through which they're selling the equipment. So, oh, that looks like a cool mic. What mic do you use? It sounds so cool. Yeah, it's a great mic. Costs about £800. You definitely need to buy it, and you buy your ordinary mic for 20 quid, and it does exactly the same. I'm not saying that the one that costs that much would be as sufficient. I'm not trying to say that a very expensive mic wouldn't be providing some degree of advancement. It certainly will, and probably has other functions that the ordinary mic will not have. But the basics are being able to hear the person speaking as clearly as possible. That's the basics. And if you can get that on any mic anywhere, then that is going to work regardless of the expense. And lots of people don't realize how affiliate marketing works, and you will see that some of the streamers will have the entire rig posted in there, and they'll say, you can purchase my computer or my headset through, such and such. Why? I want to have my own rig, which is good enough for me. And what I'm trying to say is that there's a difference between the actual quality delivery, i.e. whether the equipment will provide that, which inevitably it will if it's very expensive, and the price and the functionality. Somebody wants to be reselling the expensive equipment, then they'll get a percentage after every single sale, right? And I find that to be, well, not really ideal from my point of view, because it creates a biased view. People who are not familiar with it, they'll anticipate that in order to have the best sound quality, we need to buy headphones that cost £1,000. That's not the case. You can if you want, and obviously if you pay that money for that equipment, you will have amazing quality. There isn't a hint of doubt in my mind about this, but there isn't a reason as to why you should do that immediately. If you are, let's say, building your community and building your channel, you need to have a mic that's good enough for you to be heard, and to be heard properly. So I can tell you the mics which are like the ones attached to earphones for your mobile phone, well, these are not acceptable because they don't have that degree of quality. But a proper headset that can be used on cross-platform gaming, for PlayStation, Xbox, and for PC is good enough. But then you have to tone down the the sounds which you have in your immediate environment, and you need to test your voice. You need to find out what distance of that mic will be the best for you, the way you want to come across, and there are all other kinds of issues as well. But I'm quite happy with what I've got, and I've had no complaints so far. So there we are. If there were complaints, I would be obviously concerned and creating some immediate remedies. Alright, so Sekapupu, was that completed?
Yes.
Okay, so what do we do next? What do you guys fancy? We have about 35 minutes left. Do you want to do some strikes? Do you have any tasks, Donzak, that you want to do? Your own tasks? Any quests?
Well, mine involve the Crucible, which is a problem. So
it is, yeah. Shall we do the Nightfall strike and we use our bounties?
Well,
That's
I've
the
got
three-piece.
one
Oh,
defeat
okay.
champions in the Challenge of Elders.
I just
Not
advise
interested
against
in
anything which is very time consuming because I will have to wrap it up at 1:45. So
Let's
it's about
do
half
the
hour.
Yeah.
well. It's
I've got nothing else.
Sepix Prime perfected. Sepix perfected in the
Nightfall Strike.
yeah.
Mm.
Yep.
Okay.
So it's going to be easy.
I'd like to try one thing, and that is the Sunless Cell in the Dreadnought. There's something about destroy hive shriekers. I need to get 6 of those. Do you know anything about that? Because I don't recall ever seeing it.
Hive Shriekers. It must be a specific task in a specific area.
Yeah.
So I
Kill
personally
hive
wouldn't be able
shriekers and
to.
destroy the unstable core in the Sunless Cell in the Dreadnought. That's
The
the
Sunless
quest.
Cell. This is a strike. Yeah.
Hmm.
How many did you need to destroy?
Okay.
6, did you say?
Yeah. 6 hive shriekers. I just don't know how to bring up the strike.
No, I'll do it. We'll see if we can do it through myself. I'm just thinking, what would be your personal preference? To do that, or do we do the Nightfall Strike? We try to complete it and then do this afterwards, because I'm not sure whether I'll
Let's
be
do
able to.
Nightfall, yeah.
Because I'm not sure whether I'll be able to squeeze in both of those. Because if we finish, Sekapupu and myself
Yeah.
completed the Nightfall Strike yesterday, but it's quite heavily modified, and we were slightly behind the time. We had about 40 minutes
That's okay.
instead
Yeah.
of 30. So as a 3-piece, I think we probably are likely to finish it in about 25, right? Would you say Sekapupu, roughly?
Yeah.
So we can get the bounties and we can get maybe some goodies, and if we have some time afterwards, we can probably do that strike. That strike's not too difficult, but we'll need to think what shriekers and where. But let's see. If we don't finish it today, we manage to finish your strike today, then definitely we can do it tomorrow on another day and make it a priority. So we'll start with that task immediately as we kind of commence, which would be my recommendation.
Do a bit more reading on how to start up that strike, because I haven't seen this. I haven't seen
Okay.
how to start it
Sunless
up.
Cell is in the Red Nauga.
I think that what
Yeah, but how
happens
do you bring
is
the shriekers up?
probably it's on the hard difficulty level.
Do you remember that? Do you know that room that you usually rush through? There's
We have, like,
something
loads.
along the lines of 12
Loads
shriekers
of
Ah,
shriekers
right.
in there.
Yeah.
in the
Ah, cool.
Yep.
Yes, yes, yes.
So these
you
will
have
need
to
to be
kill 6
eliminated.
of those.
These will need
Yeah,
to be
they have to be
eliminated.
eliminated.
Because usually people
I
run
want
to
to
the
do it
room.
now. Yeah, we can do that tomorrow.
Well, let's
Yep.
do the
We'll do the
Nightfall.
Nightfall
And I
today.
actually made a mistake. I apologize. It's my error in here because I'm aware of the time and I want everything to be done. And I've gone. What's happening now? I didn't pick up my bounty.
Okay. Oh,
We need to pick up.
We're going back to that halva.
Yeah, we need to
So-
pick up those bounties. Yeah.
Yep.
I didn't pick up mine. I
Oh.
forgot. Yeah. Do you have yours?
Okay.
Is it just
Yep.
me that forgot? Sikapupu's
You-
got his.
my bounty list is full. I can't pick up any more bounties.
Well,
What's the most uncompletable bounty that you have, and that something that you can reclaim from something?
yeah, any of the bounties you
Yeah.
can just delete on strikes or vanguard bounties, and you pick up that.
Yeah, like my Game of Rift has no completion.
Because I picked up everything. For,
Here's a bounty that I'm trying to complete. Kill 3 cursed thrall on the dreadnought with melee without dying.
Oh, I have that too.
Ne- I have
A
never
cursed
managed
thrall
to
killed
even...
with melee. I tried to complete that. I completed it almost. I killed 6 cursed thrall without dying with melee, and after that, nothing good happened. I got
Yeah.
no progress.
I think it is probably down to a chest piece. There needs to be a chest piece that will provide you greatest possible resistance. You know. We need to investigate
Yeah,
this.
but I already did it. I was speaking of that for some reason it didn't register.
That means that
Yeah, it's like
melee didn't
got
work
this-
or something, you know?
yeah,
Yeah.
it's like I've got this bounty that just won't go away, despite the fact that I've been smacking Thrall on the face. It's like what?
Yeah, maybe we should do a. You should maybe do a. By the way, you get a. What's that? You get a calcified fragment after doing all of the 10 bounties, just like that bounty. Yeah.
No,
It's,
I need to get one
irritating.
calc frag at the end of. I have to get about a calcified fragment at the end of the raid. The only place I'm going to find my calc frag at the
Okay.
end of King's Fall raid.
You
See
guys
how
ready?
long I've got left.
For the next
Yep.
level? Yeah.
And I have a quest to do the King's Fall and World of Glass.
We need a fleet that can reach beyond the reef.
Yeah, same here. I have King's Fall and Wrath of the
Fine.
Machine. I've not completed those.
And
Yeah, I've
World
got
of
Wrath of
Glass
the Machine.
with your Titan because of the yep, no time to explain.
No, I need to be
I've
doing
done that.
the raids on
Yeah.
on all of my characters, but you know, we'll do that in due course. They will not run away on us, I can tell you, and they will not be discontinuing the raids because they are the most popular activity in Destiny 1 world. Alright, so weekly Nightfall Strike is very hard. The modifiers are as follows. Airborne, there's a little more damage one in the air. That works in our favour. Everything else is against us. Juggler, no ammunition drops. Then Specialist, special weapon damage is favoured, so use it snipers and fusion rifles. Arc burn, arc damage from any source is greatly increased. And then Epic, heavily shielded and highly aggressive enemies appear in great numbers. Juggler and Epic and Arc burn are causing problems, as experienced yesterday.
Wait, I don't have a sniper rifle. That's Arc.
I might have one.
Okay.
Well, it,
I got here after.
Devil's Dawn worked quite well yesterday.
Yeah,
I
but
prefer
I
to
don't
find
have a
Yasmin. There we go.
Arc. I want everything to do as much damage. By the way, you were not. Are you using any Arc stuff?
Myself?
No. Yes.
No, I
No.
don't
You're
think I
using
have,
only one Arc
yeah.
thing.
No, I don't. I probably have to import a sword. Let me see. What sword is an arc sword? We'll use that sword. Boltcaster.
yeah.
Boltcaster. We'll import
And you
Boltcaster.
should remember not to get close if you want to do the heavy attack. You just launch a bolt.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
I have an
at the
idea.
enemy.
I'm going to go and get myself a Zalo Supercell. Because that is a good primary
Okay.
for this
I
particular
use
job.
Necrochasm.
Boltcaster, I
Instead.
said, yeah? Boltcaster. It's alright. Boltcaster.
Yeah, he said Boltcaster, and I'm getting my Necrochasm that I have.
So it's not Raise Lighter, it's Boltcaster, yeah?
Yep, Boltcaster.
That's right.
Okay.
Just bear with me for a couple of seconds. Because my vault's annoyingly full.
Okay, so my longbow simply has 100 of full stability, it looks like. This will be fun.
Okay, I brought in my Boltcaster. But I just realized
And
my
the
Boltcaster
triple
is not
tap
full
and the
100.
Firefly.
That's the only problem.
Oh well, your Gjallarhorn is in 400 as well.
Yeah.
You don't have to worry. You'll just
Okay.
when you complete that bounty, you have to remember that you can't be doing anything. No, you can't be using your Boltcaster. You have to use a 400 heavy if you want to get the best loot.
At the end. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true. That's true. I
'Cause
must
need to
remember that
be-
before the end. Remind me if I forget. I've
Yeah.
got 2 Thunderlords in here. Exotic and they're both 400. I need to double check whether I've got them on other characters. I picked up Thunderlord several times on other characters as
Yeah,
well.
you have
You
4
only
of
need
them
one.
right now.
4. Yeah.
You only need
Yep.
one.
It's too
You
many.
need one.
Don't need 4 of them.
Yeah.
I only have
But-
one of each exotic, so yeah,
Are you sure
Yeah,
that all
use
4 are
the-
400 though?
I think so.
Yeah.
Because what I can do
could
is like,
use those 400s to
Yeah.
infuse into other weapons. So if you've got any legendaries that you want upgraded, using those exotics is a good way to do it.
what I need to do is I need to upgrade my Galahorn to 400. Galahorn is on 397, so that would be an opportunity because Ballcast I don't use
Yeah,
frequently.
infuse that.
Yeah.
Infuse that.
That's what I'll do. But Ballcast I don't use that frequently. But you know what? Because of my schedule, we better crack on if you guys are ready.
hmm
Yep.
Because I don't want us to run over time or for me to cut everything short. That really is always the last resort, cutting anything short. But I've got to really finish.
Yeah.
Well, 1600 is the latest. So we should be alright. The strike was difficult for 2 of us yesterday, but I think as a 3-piece we'll do alright.
The House of Devils marked you as public enemy #1 after you trashed their prime servitor, but your old friend Sepix Prime is back. And apparently better than ever, thanks to the Devil Splicers and Siva. Zavala's not too happy about the idea of the Splicers playing Godmaker, and I can't blame him.
So what you're saying is it's time we return to the scene of the crime. I'm sure the Fallen will be happy to see us.
There we are.
The new and improved Sepix is holed up in the Devil's Lair. You know what to do.
Someone has a really weird name. Only consisting of ice.
The Hive are still holding ground in the refinery, but I'm also
Oh, there's
tracking multiple Siva
there's
energy
multiple
signatures.
people over here.
Yeah, he's
And
not
they're
taking
all
much damage.
playing we're all there are 6 people that are doing the same strike now. That's us and those 3 that just spawned.
Are those guys in the same arenas? They can't be.
Yup. But they can't come near Sepix with
Yeah,
us,
For,
so
for
they're
the last
just
bit.
going to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's new.
So we should be alright. We should be able to race through this. There's so many people in here, right? You know,
Ouch! What killed me?
I hate it when there's no radar, but in this instance we do have radar, which is really pretty good.
Guardian, down.
It's probably that turret
Laser.
or laser, is it? Where is
Yeah.
turrets though?
You can destroy the little
Hang on,
things.
something is trying to kill me.
Killing you.
Yeah. Oh, there he is. He's behind. Look at that. Yeah, we need to destroy those turrets in there.
Why?
Doesn't want to. Well, because we're gonna kill it. Okay. One of them is deadly, the other one less so.
I thought this wizard would be killing these enemies, but faster than us. but no.
The splicers have a laser grid blocking the way. I should be able to disable it.
There's another one
In the
there,
meantime, do not touch the
I'm gonna
lasers
use my sniper.
and watch my back. Guardian down.
I didn't touch the lasers for some reason.
You did or did not? You didn't.
Yeah, I didn't. I just passed it and it killed me. It says Blight the Vandal killed me. Aha, I've got my sniper rifle.
I mean, Boltcaster is alright, but it's not as effective.
Yeah.
Compared to Dark Drinker, but I think I really wanted to try it. Because it's arc, you know?
Just, yeah. And it does a little bit more damage than it's supposed to.
Yeah. I think Dark Drinker didn't perform too well in here yesterday. You remember, the captains were not taking much damage or anything, so I thought, why not try it then?
Yeah.
It looks like the main strike, the R2 strike is working better than the usual. So this might be it. Turrets in there need to be eliminated as well. Ah, I got killed.
Oh no.
Someone killed me from behind. Because I was eliminating those turrets, you know? Didn't want them to, if you forget about them, they're very deadly. When you go back and forth,
yep.
They kill you instantly.
Yeah.
And I did eliminate him. I'll have to do this again with my sniper. Thank you. Oh, not again with Shanks. No one eliminated those turrets, and I've gone back to do that, and then I got killed.
You should not try to kill the turrets. Number one, turrets are unkillable.
Well, I need to neutralize them because of Shanks, because the Shanks are coming from the left flank, and if you don't, you know, how are you going to be able to pass them all if the turrets operate?
You can just disable the turrets for a little while, and it's a little while.
No, but that's exactly what I've done. Disabling them.
Okay.
When you use your snipers on turrets, one bullet will do them, and they're disabled for a while. You know what I mean? So that they can't be firing at you. That's what I was trying to do. Because obviously, if I neutralize them, you're freed up to do what you want to do. Otherwise, you get hit from behind and you're killed instantly. One bullet, one kill with turrets in here. Thank you.
Yeah. No problem. We have 20 minutes until the time runs out. So, we spent a lot of our time killing this tank.
Yes, we did. Longer than yesterday.
Yep. Do you remember why? You charged at the tank. The first thing you did, you tried to punch the tank. It looked like that, but everything else killed you before you could even get to the tank.
Oh, yesterday. Yeah.
Yep.
The tank is heavily shielded, yeah. I was using my sniper.
Okay.
Couldn't get to that leg. The rear leg was protected and I was trying to hit it. Didn't work. The tank's gone. The tank's gone.
Gosh. Why? This is a miracle. My rockets are a miracle. My rockets did everything. No, don't say anything.
Hold on. Were there any other guys in there? It's just the three of us? Or were the other guys firing?
Yep.
Just the three of us?
No, me.
Oh, it's just you? Well,
yeah,
you're the
I
champ then.
Yep.
So what did you use? Galahun?
Amazingly powerful.
Galahun?
No, I used the Steel Oracle.
Well, that was extraordinary. Has to be said.
And we have 20 minutes.
Yeah, we have plenty of time. We are doing it alright.
Oh no, I'm dead almost. I don't want... Oh yeah, I've already gotten 2 deaths.
Don't know what killed me. It said Splicer Vandal, but I don't think it was...
killed you.
I thought it was that Siva thing in there.
Okay.
Managed to respawn so quick as well, so that's pretty good.
Under the 10 enemies' name, you can see what they killed you with.
It's not always accurate.
You can.
In this instance, it wasn't one of the Vandals. It was definitely that Siva thing.
Oh well, it only shows if you fall off a cliff or die to something. Yeah.
Joining your allies.
But we've got major hive reinforcements inbound.
Yeah.
Well, I've already gotten the shield for some reason.
Special ammunition. Put my Galahun on. No. But look at that lag, it's taking forever.
Watch out for the captain.
No, the captain's here.
Yep, I can see that. Ouch! Why? Okay, Donovan, don't die. There's some melees behind you. Just jump down. That's the... Okay.
Oh, I'm stuck. How can that be? Oh, no special ammunition.
Oh no.
The Seavers need to be destroyed now, but my hand cannon's doing no damage. I don't have any special ammunition, you know, for my sniper. I was taking him out with my sniper. He's still shielded.
Yeah, he's not anymore. Oh.
Okay, 2 Galahorns. The third one.
Nowhere
And
for
the
Sepix to
fourth
run
one.
this time.
One more Galahorn, he's gone. There. We had completed everything, but I need to bring my
Sepix was
other
the Splicer's
weapon
next
on.
big play. Present a god for all the worship. Then control the flow of ether to
It
control
was
the
easier
house.
than I thought.
Yeah, I did, yeah.
I guess they didn't factor us into the plan.
Any wrench
Oh,
we
why
can
do
throw
I
in their
get all
works
of these
is a good
ones
thing.
and no
Guardian?
sniper rifle?
You make one hell of a wrench.
We completed the bounty. And I didn't have that skeleton key.
Guardian down.
Okay, Daniel, remember to switch your
I did already.
build stuff.
Yep, I did, yeah. 400, I've got 4400.
Okay.
Before I go into the chest, before I picked anything up, I put 4400. So that's good. But that Galahorn did a lot of damage. Oh,
Oh.
you got that, you got the stag.
Oh wow.
Tonzak, you've got the stag.
He's oddly quiet.
Tonzak, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Ah, cool. You got the stag. You got the stag.
I got the stag head.
You got the stag head. You know what? We've got enough time to do that strike.
Oh yeah, let's try it. Okay, I'll have to put on my sniper.
Yep, we'll do it straight away.
Zen Meteor, I think.
We'll do it straight away, and then we'll go and do the admin.
Do they
That's
have?
fine.
Do they have voids? Do they have void shields? I think they have void shields.
Let's do the strike.
Yeah.
Probably.
We can hear some echo there from your stream, Tonzak. Maybe if you can just turn it down a bit.
There's no speakers where I am.
We can hear ourselves though.
Or probably the well.
I can hear both myself and Sakepupa when talking, so it's coming from your display somewhere.
No, but there's no speakers active at my end.
I think it's because the microphones inside of the headphones or something like that.
That's correct. Yeah. It might
Our
be.
voices
It
are
might
just
be. It's
so
an inbuilt
loud
mic.
that
Inbuilt
it picks
mic.
it up.
Yeah, because we can hear
Yep.
ourselves. We talk and we can hear. It's probably 2-second lag, and then we can hear all we say.
All right.
And,
Give me a. Oh, I have an idea. I'm
no,
gonna
don't worry
turn
about
off
it
my
now. But let's
headphones
just
and
finish
then
the
I'll
strike
turn
because
back
I've
on
got
and
15
see what
minutes. I've got 15 minutes, so let's just crack on.
Yep.
It's the Summer Cell, and we need to be destroying the Shriekers. But hang on a minute, just a minute. Did I do something wrong? Do you have to be the team leader or not?
Nope. He doesn't have
Okay.
to be
No, I
the
don't
team
have to. I
leader.
don't think so.
Okay.
And well, let's try it.
No worries.
I got the Pathfinder slot, and it's not good.
Really?
Some creatures of the hive
Yeah.
strain against the will of Oryx. Alakul, the Darkblade, is one such. Long ago, he fomented rebellion against the king and attempted
So
to take
Tonzak
his
will have
mantle.
to destroy the Shriekers
Alakul
himself, or
failed,
do we also
and
shoot?
now awaits the mercy of the hive.
We can damage
Given the
them.
chance, the Darkblade will step in.
But
to
Tonzak
take
will need to take
Oryx's
the final
crown.
kill.
We must not allow another
Yeah.
prince to rise.
Okay.
I love
I'll see what
my.
I can do.
I love Fawn. So I'm using it in every situation possible.
Very good. I don't have it.
Well, I'm using it more than usual because of
The
the
Dark
new
Blade suffers his judgment in the depths of a hive prison.
new thing.
I am
There's,
feeding an energy
I
marker to
don't
your
know.
ghost.
Yep.
It will lead you to his cell.
Yeah, this new ornament for it.
Where'd you go? Where'd you go? There he is. Have some of them.
That was awesome. All gone in a second.
I have the wrong subclass.
I like my Zalo. Awesome.
Wonderful.
And I like my phone.
I like my dark drinker. We all have
Okay.
our personal favorites.
We
Let's
were
face
talking
the fact.
about, I think we were talking about exclusively, like this, primary weapons.
Yeah. Well, my Mago Loop does the business, so I'm happy with my Mago Loop.
Okay.
So
My
what we'll
phone
do is,
poison's fixed.
we'll use our sniper on those shriekers. We'll
No,
let them
just
in.
the
Ah.
others.
I'm
So
just
he
going to use
can
my
kill
heavies
them.
on them.
I can sense a powerful
Yep,
incantation.
there's two in
Hive
this room.
runes hold the far door shut.
Yeah, that's right. It
My
is,
scan
but-
says the runes draw energy from those towers. If you get me over there, I can hack them and open the door.
I need
Should
that.
we complete this strike? Or what?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, I never stream anything which is half-baked. So if there's a task which is completed at the beginning, we'll still carry on with the activity, because don't forget people are watching and learning from what we're doing. So
I've got 2 shriekers here. Oh, that's interesting.
it's a dreadful night is in there. So
One witch.
look at them.
Where's the second one? Oh, he's behind.
Yeah.
3 bullets he took.
Wizards are a pain. Stay still. Finally.
Yeah, I did fire right at the end, but I think you
Ooh.
yeah, there's a shrieker, so
Bye bye, wizard.
okay, so you
Yeah,
can
no
find
one-
that shrieker's ready for you, and now I'm dead. That one shrieker's ready for you. It was down to about 10%. It's this one actually. The one that's firing at Sekapuku. Try to use a sniper on it.
Like that?
I'm going away from the shriekers to a safe place. I'm fully safe here. No one will get me.
Where's Donzak? That shrieker. Oh! Needs to go.
Away.
Open up.
You got it?
Got it.
How do I get up from here? If you look right under your feet. At least if Daniel looks under his feet.
I can't do that at the minute. Because I'm being compromised.
Yeah, and I can't get out up to help you.
Yeah, don't worry about it. These ones will be gone in seconds. Let me see where you are. Oh yeah, I remember you were showing me that before as well.
Yeah.
You're well protected. That Shrieker can't get at you.
Oh, wait.
Guardian down.
Why are Guardians dying? Oi, where are you? Where'd you go, Second Purple? Down there. How'd you get there? You're standing on a platform, are you? Hang on.
Okay, I'm waiting.
I
How am
can't,
I
you
to
can't
revive you?
get up.
Let me
You
get it.
can't get
Yeah, I
up.
can get it. I can get it. Just a
No,
second.
he's revived. Sekabub was alive. Brought back to life. Yeah, this is the this is the room. Oh no, it isn't really.
Right.
This is not the one.
Okay, Daniel, would you like to get the Chaos by Fragment now?
Depending whether
gonna go.
we'll have enough time. Because I have 10 minutes on my broadcast left.
Okay, just run forwards, please. Don't worry about me. You can just proceed.
Yep. We'll just race for the gate.
Fatality, say hello Fatality, how are you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for coming. We are just about to end our broadcast and we are doing this quest in order for Donzak to destroy 6 Shriekers. So Fatality said if you shoot the Shriekers from behind the coffin it can't get you once you duck behind it, and maybe he went for the fragment that's down there. Yep, Sekapupu went for that fragment because Sekapupu
Nope,
wanted me
I
to.
just went to hide from the Shrieker flap job and now I can't get out. I'm going to spend this whole step right and trying to get out of here. Oh hey, I got out.
Well, that's pretty good. And out of ammunition. Magazine!
That's pretty good too, as well. Watch out, spare the train and start coming.
Yeah, that wizard was most important. How's
That
Fatality
wizard was no
doing?
match.
How are you, sir? Long time no see. Is all good out there? Hate those acolytes, they kill me so frequently.
Watch out, Daniel. Hey Daniel, I don't think you've gotten this already on your hunter.
I'll die, I don't think I can
I
get this high.
think you can jump up here. Yeah, you
No,
can.
it's too high.
You can jump here. On top of here and then here.
Oi,
Yeah.
hang on. Got him. Oh, you're getting a couch frag, are you?
Yeah, I'm helping.
Mm-hmm.
No, you jump here, not.
I can't
not
see it, I'm
all the way.
afraid, and I don't have time. Let's crack on.
Okay.
We need to end in 5 minutes. Apologize for that, but unfortunately we are on a tight
We're on the
schedule.
right track. Alakul's
I
energy
think
marker
here's
is getting
my,
stronger.
Okay, so
Find the
here
dark
it is.
blade. Finish this.
Okay.
All adders must die.
5 shriekers.
Okay, I've given you 3 already. 4 now.
Guardian down.
Ouch.
Just.
By the way, what did you need to kill a special wizard at the end of it here? So there's the rock watching a special wizard behind you.
Ouch.
There's 4 left.
Whenever they open.
I'm gonna die.
Whenever they.
No.
I'm
Whenever
gonna
they
let
they kind of regenerate life.
and kill the wizard. If it's part of the...
How many have you got? Just destroy them all, because they're all down to very little life.
Oh, shit. Okay, Tonazen, you can probably snipe that
Before,
wizard.
yeah, hang on. None of this is happening. I've still got 0 out of 6/5 streakers, so I really don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
The quest isn't working. No,
Is there
0.
a different strike that you have to...
No. Tonzak needs to be the team leader, that's the reason.
No, it's not the reason.
No?
Nope. Okay, I'm gonna kill it.
Well guys, I need to wrap it up in a couple of minutes, so what do we do? Do we
I'm rushing to the end. Is that all right?
Harris, why does Oryx have a prison?
Prison is the
Yeah,
wrong
let's
term.
just keep going. It's not working for me,
Tortures
so...
them, then
don't know why.
renders them
Okay.
down into chitin for his ships.
I don't know, it's been stuck on my playlist for so long, so...
It's possible that these are your taken shriekers rather than high shriekers, you know? Because I thought these would have been...
There's no taken streakers.
So it could be just high shriekers. Then I don't know what it is.
There's no taken squirrels.
Yeah. I have no idea what it is. Does Fatality know what this is? We'll ask Fatality. Fatality's here with us as well.
Alakul, he is hunting you.
We...
No, I wanted the heavy. Oh well.
Oh.
Why did the dark
It's alright.
rise
Keep
against
going.
Oryx?
Alakul is near.
Wait,
Wizard
Daniel,
Varrock
you just
was his mate.
you just
He slew a legion of
disappeared
thralls in
into the
her
darkness.
name, marched on the king's throne at the head of an army built on hate and pain.
How
Where's he
romantic.
gone?
Oh, behind you. Stayed in the same location. The fight.
Hit him with everything you've got.
Oh, this is fast. Ouchie.
Use any heavies that you've got on him and he should be gone. He's less than 5% life he has. Because I'm out of ammunition for my heavy, I can't do anything at the moment.
He's here.
So he's gone, yeah? Okay.
Yep.
Okay, that was quick. We completed it.
My last skeleton key. Is
So thanks very much, guys, for coming in. Thank you for
treacherous,
being here with us today.
vicious,
Thank you for
but they can still fall
playing the game
to
together
be
with us
like
live online.
two petty
We need to cut it short, I'm
distractions of the
afraid. I've run out of
flesh.
time for today, and hope to see you again tomorrow or another day. I'm very sorry to hear that the strike didn't work out for Tonzak because we wanted those Shriekers to be the community members. Also to tell us what the way of doing this is, because obviously we've done something wrong or so. That must be the reason. So thanks very much, guys, for coming, and thanks for being here with us today. Also to all of our community members. We had a very, very busy community morning with loads of people coming in, and we talked about all sorts of issues, Twitch streams, Destiny, and all other video gaming matters related. And we've come to the end for today, so I wish you all a very, very good afternoon, and take care.
Okay, so what now?
Bye from me. Thanks for having me. It's been fun, and I'll see you very, very soon. Bye.
Duh.